Good evening, guys, and welcome back to GKP, Gazza's Koi Pond Live. I hope you're all good and hope you're all well. I'm going to start off the show, guys. There we go with the double feedback. My apologies. I'm going to kick the evening off with the introduction and then our guests. So be right back. At the back. Yeah, she is. This would have, if I were going to pick this show, there you go, guys. I would have picked that one. Still got a lot more up to come. Nice patterning, nice separation. Look at that, beautiful fish. And again, check this out, guys. This is something else. That is beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Yeah. Nice wild common trout coming up for a piece of bread. Perfect. Let's have a look at his koi facility again and look at this full cherry blossom. Absolutely beautiful. I'm going to get from the other side so we've got the sun behind us so that you can see this, but this is absolutely stunning. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Beautiful. Without further ado, I'll get us inside, have a look round, and let you see what you think. Catch us in it. In this whole complex, the fish are stunning. Absolutely beautiful. One bat after another. Really nice with jacket there. Ooh, we got music in the background.
Mark's got
He's watching himself live. We've got music playing background as well. Yes, somebody is watching himself. I'm going to get 1 second while I wait from that.
going off.
It's Amanda and Brett, you are actually playing the actual video live instead of just watching it through the stream. You don't need to be watching yourself. You can watch yourselves back afterwards. I'll bring you back in and see if it's still there. Yeah, you've got a little bit of feedback coming back through on your own video. Are you playing the actual video on YouTube? There we go.
No way.
Just mute the sound on YouTube. Sorry, guys. You will be with you shortly. But it's quite technical. Leave it all in anyway. Let's go through a few comments while Brett gets his. Brett, if you watch this.
Man, did you know what you're doing on there?
I don't know what I'm doing here.
Just try and sort this sound
What
out.
have you got
Oh shit.
You're watching it on YouTube. Turn YouTube off.
We ain't got YouTube on. Have you got YouTube? You've got YouTube on up there, you did.
That one there.
What do you like?
Hey, there we
Hey!
go. What are you doing with playing us with a couple of seconds behind? That's it.
Sorry.
Well, we got there in the end. It's the reason why I say let's be there half an hour beforehand so we can sort these little measures out before we go live to all the members of public out there. Never mind. Learning curve.
The handbag bit on.
Evening from myself. Good evening, Daz. Good evening, Mick. Good evening, Brett and Amanda. We also
Evening all.
have another guest live with us this evening, who will be Alex from AB Koi. He'll be joining us between 8 and 8:15. Hopefully, fingers crossed. He should be jumping on and joining in with us and having a quick hello and a couple of questions and stuff that he wants to have a talk about. So we'll kick straight in, first of all, with a couple of comments from everybody, which is we've got evening all from Koi, and then obviously a reply back from myself.
Yeah.
How you doing, guys? I'm doing thanks for it, so I don't need to put that one back up. Not too bad. Waiting for a call to say more block in stock to finish off. I'm guessing that's for your pond build, mate. It says, how's my week been going? It's been going great, thanks. I had a good week. My son qualified and come out with his graduation from university this week, so that's been good. But a nice planned weekend to go up and see the breeders of his dog for a second visit, and also for my daughter to go and visit and pick up, have a look at theirs as well. So that's Saturday taken care of, and on Sunday we're going. No, you won't get it wrong. We're going down here.
Going down.
This is impossible. To his, not to his. To Daz's. To Daz's farm.
You're coming down to our wood, are you? Yeah.
We certainly are. Yeah, we're going down to see Daz at Daz's Sky Farm, and we're going to do a lot of grading. Not only are we going to be doing a bit of grading, we're also going to be going live. We're going to be doing a live grading link up where hopefully, fingers crossed, as long as we can get a good signal, we've actually got some Wi-Fi boosting equipment so that we can get a good reception. Plenty of power packs so that we can keep going live, and hopefully we're going to be able to have an interactive day for you guys to have a chat, have a discussion with us, see if there's any there that you would want to pick out or anything that you'd want to do, any fish that you would pick or choose. So it's hopefully, fingers crossed, all goes well with a good connection. We should be having an interactive live sort of grading to go through the remaining of Daz's smaller fry, and then some of the other bigger stock are going to be getting selected out and ready for, I think, shipping and moving to another pond, if I'm right. But
Yeah, maybe have a look at some of this year's fry as well, because some of those are about ready for grading.
So we've got a lot of it to do. So Kyle from Matt's Koi, I hope you're coming with your patience, mate, and your back support. By the time we've finished sitting down grading through all this, you're definitely going to need it, mate, because it is.
Daz, I know what I'm doing, mate. If you want me to come and help you.
Yeah, you're most welcome.
I'm in your area. Where about? You know what I mean? I'll talk to you.
We're in
later
Nottingham.
anyway.
Peace and quiet.
We won't mention areas and places and addresses online.
No, yeah.
That ends up with 5,000 people turning up for a
Yeah, I know.
5,000 people tuning in anyway.
We haven't got that many burgers.
Wishful thinking. Yeah, fingers crossed. That's the plans for this weekend, guys. So look forward to seeing that. There will also be some footage of it done and recorded for videos to put out on my channel for all those that might miss the live. But we will be going live for as long as we possibly can, while ever we've got people watching. Fingers crossed.
You can come and talk handbags if you want to.
Or we can even talk handbags, as we do have our handbag specialist just over here.
He's up
I got that one right.
He's up there.
He's up there, though.
Anyone just slightly.
Went wrong way. He's there in corner.
You go the opposite way, look.
That's it. Yeah.
He's around there somewhere.
I've worked it out, you see. I know what I'm doing here now.
Now you've turned YouTube off. Anyway,
Technology can't turn washer on though.
how are you two doing? I hate to bring it up, but I know you've just had a bit of a sad time in your pond, haven't you? You've just lost a fish that you were both quite fond of, which is always a sickener and not something I want to dwell on. But are you thinking about getting a replacement for it, or are you just going to leave it with what you've got and bring something new on to try, not take its place, but fill its shoes, so to speak?
Well, we've got another Easter shower, haven't we? A small one. So that's kind of filling the spot in a way. But the one that we lost, she was just such beautiful markings. She was absolutely stunning. So we're definitely going to be looking out for a special replacement, you know, pond.
Yeah, that's what was mean in the sense of, are you going to go out and buy another big stocked fish, or are you going to get something small to grow on for that size, or are you going to try and replace it with some kind of like for like in size kind of thing?
I don't think we could find anything like for like, guys. It was quite unique. It's got an Inazuma black pattern on it and a perfect red spot in it. We're going to have to spend quite a lot of money, I think, to find something like it, because we brought it from absolute koi.
She was absolutely beautiful as well. She was super special, and she was like, you know, we've all got them. She was a super friendly fish as well, and she always looked so graceful and gentle, and she was just lovely. But we will find one that, you know, of whatever size that will just catch our eye, and we'll know that it's the one to fill that space. But it was really, really sad. It really hurt. It cut deep.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? And another quick little message to Keith from Seavers Pond. Terribly sorry, mate, you lost a fish.
Respect, Keith. I sent a message to you, mate.
Again, when you've been around a fish for 30 years, if you care for them in the way that a lot of people do. So I'm good for you, mate. Again, one of them things, bud, chin up. I know it's not easy when you lose something like that, especially after 30 years. My dad was particularly devastated when he lost one after about 20 odd years. So it's not nice. Not nice at all. But anyway, I won't say negative, because you've got to remember them when you've had them. So it's one of those things.
We all just know that we've always done our best. We all do. Everybody does, don't they? We give them the best we can, the best pond, the best water standards, and the best food and all the rest.
We made a mistake when we moved, really, didn't we? Because last year we lost his chagoy as well. That was quite a big fish as well. That was from Ricky at the time when he
koi wholesale.
he weren't koi wholesale then. I think it was koi growers it was called at the time. So we had to put that one to sleep last year.
Yeah.
But when we moved 2 years ago, we was it free?
Free now,
You tell them the story then.
I'm dismissed. That's all I want.
We put the fish in a friend's pond, and because he looked after his fish really, really well. But what he didn't tell us was that after a few months, he decided he'd had a pond a long time, but after a few months of having ours, he decided he didn't want his pond anymore. He didn't want the responsibility of it. So he just left it. And that was it. It was in his garden and he did nothing. He won't see this, so we can sort of say it without offending.
I hope he's not a subscriber now. You said he was.
No, definitely not.
It just turned into a complete sludge pit that they were in. Nastiness. And I think there was 3 or 4 on there that really never got over living in that state, because they weren't used to it. And I think it had sort of internal long-term effects, and that's where sadly we've sort of lost the real special to and things like that.
They got all lice. The week before I went to pick them up, they got fish lice all over them. So I'll protect the pond.
Wow,
that's unusual. That is.
Yeah, there's all fish lice everywhere. In my mate's pond, So
it was thick in the bottom.
Thick with silt in the bottom.
So no aeration, no filtration, no nothing.
No, not the filter was on. It was a great big bay filter, but it was overflowing. You know where it had rained and that, and he'd left it. I actually emptied the pond with a friend, and we filled it all in. And I ended up, once I'd got the fish right, I brought them all back here after I'd built the pond. They seemed all right anyway, but one or two weren't all right. So
we've just struggled to try
and get them better since. So
and they were just too weak. You know, any little thing that normally the fish won't bother
would just bounce back from.
Yeah, and they just couldn't. They were just too damaged.
We'd had the vet out, and they diagnosed a bacterial problem as well from the pond.
That's bad news. Yeah.
They then showed Manda how to treat with antibiotics.
I went and did some training up at the vets for a day. And they were showing me how to safely inject and dose and everything like that, which was lovely. I thoroughly enjoyed that. And we did the best. And Issa, who we lost the other week, she started to recover. But whatever it was, every time she finished the antibiotics, she got poorly again.
Just dropped straight back down again.
We'd get her on antibiotics and she'd start to improve. But the other week, you took her out the pond, didn't you? One day,
she looked too poorly.
I went out the next day to start the antibiotics, and where she was white, she was just.
She'd gone all pink, hadn't she, and veiny.
It was red. It was like.
It was internally coming out as a
and all the veins were almost standing out. Do you know? It was horrendous, absolutely horrendous. And I said to Brett, "You've got to put her to sleep." I said, because there's no way that dear fish is not in agony.
No, there's only so much you can go through before it starts becoming. Because let's face it, if she didn't have the antibiotics, if she was out there in wild, she'd probably died years ago.
Yeah.
Months ago, sorry, I should have said not years, but months ago. With prolonging it and getting worse and the condition getting worse, it's kind of
real.
Yeah.
Bacterial issues are very hard to get over.
They're harder. They reckon that they're harder than the KHVs and SVCs and all that.
Yeah.
Because they're so strong, and once you've got it, you struggle to get rid of them.
And I know they don't have expressions as such, but you could almost see that she looked cheesed off. You know, the lights were on, but nobody was home.
You know that they're not acting the same way as they were.
Well, she just used to swim up to the window, and when she weren't feeling well, just swim straight into the window.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You knew something wasn't right.
But the other week she was just too. And it, as I say, I don't think she'd have lasted the day, but I still think it was better that we did what we did, because it was wrong for her to suffer.
Yeah.
You know, we take that responsibility on, don't we, as owners, that, you know, we have to do what is best for them. And if we can't do that, then we shouldn't be keeping any animal at all.
That's it, 100%. Totally agree. If you can't buy them, then you shouldn't have them.
That's it. And the kindest thing was to let her go. I mean, when we had to do the same with the chag, I sat outside with the bowl with the sedate and everything in it, and literally stroked her until she went. And I think half the bowl was filled up with tears. It was horrendous.
Yeah,
but when
awful feeling.
Oh, it's awful. But when Brett did Easter the other week, I just couldn't go out. I said to him, I can't do it. I can't see the other special one go. I just couldn't.
Yeah. But the saddest thing is, though, we keep breeding these fish from a small gene pool.
Yeah.
In Japan, it's relatively a small gene pool of koi.
Yeah.
They've all come from the original stock, which down the ancestrage will be coming from that farm. The ancestrage coming down from that farm. And they're breeding. There's no new genetics being added to the gene pool as
and
such.
That is desperately needs
new
genetics, doesn't it, to build in that strength.
Yeah.
We've got some new genetics.
I have in the koi house outside.
Oh yeah, we've got some new genetics too. And I think it is really. I think that's really, really important, Mick. It is such a. They're so into bred, and like you say, that gene pool is so small that with each breed, with each breeding session, rather, they're just getting weaker and weaker and more susceptible.
Yeah.
As beautiful as they are, and it becomes where you have to look at it and go, is it very ethical though?
Yeah. Especially varieties like Sankey, you can tell that they're really slow to grow. That they're sort of struggling. You have to sort of drag them up.
That's right, you do, and it is, and it's. I
They've
think
got no vitality or strong appetite.
Yeah.
I think that's what a lot of other people have tried breeding back to the wild carp again, haven't they? And bringing that back in.
That's what I've done this year. Yeah.
I've got one that's full of eggs now. I'm thinking the same.
We've got some fantastic sort of wild carp in our pond. We've got one, he's called Psycho. Every time you put your hand in to feed the others, he tries to attack you. And he's so dark, he like sneaks up on you from nowhere. It's like living with bloody jaws. But he's a lovely old sod.
Well, that's the thing with him. You get to know your fish that much.
Yeah.
You get to be around him. You'll be kind of expecting it, but somebody else that might do what you're doing, I might give him a bit of a shot.
He's not so bad with me, but he does for you a lot, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Every time Brett puts his hand in pond, he sneaks up and gets him. With me, he's a bit tamer now, and he will come to me and like have a stroke and sort of lay in my hand a little bit. But Brett is determined he's having one of his fingers off at some point.
He knocked one of the other carp out of the pond when we first brought them all back. He hit it from underneath, and I seen this carp flying out the pond. It landed down the back. It was upside down the back of the pond. So I've had to put a screen at the back now, saying it was down the back.
But we got him back, threw him back in the pond, and damn me, within half an hour, Psycho had knocked him out again.
Crikey.
It was, you just sort of thought, is this going to happen purposely every time we put this poor fish back in the pond?
So that's where he got his name from, anyway.
Was that just at feeding time, or was that just in general?
Feeding time mainly.
Feeding time.
I've got one that's right bully, and at feeding time, he like charges and butts the other fish.
That's exactly what he does. But we've got a little, what's Nettie?
Macashiogon.
One of those. Quite small. She's like an eighth of the size of him, and he'll come charging up the pond, and she'll just like go into the side of his face, and she's like, "Oi, I'm not scared of you."
Have any of you ever experienced my son's fish, the Matsukawa Baka? That fish is almost like a baby bird. It sees all the other fish feeding, and it goes up to the side of the mouths.
Yeah.
Feeding.
Yeah. I've seen her take food out of another fish's mouth.
Yeah.
It'll just wander off, pick up its own, but then it'll come back to Chag and the Kahaku and do it again. Like mouth, as if it's trying to. I'm guessing it's in case they blow out a pellet that it can pick it up and nick it and sweep off with it. Like, you'd think it'd be less hassle to go around and suck up your own food than.
My Kahaku did that for about 3 or 4 days when I first put it in there. And now, not yesterday, the day before, they was being fed, and Steph's little Sanka, the Deutsche Sanka, it got knocked out because another fish hit it on its side, and it went
knocked it clean out.
Started sinking. Steph tapped on the pond, and it shot back to life and started swimming around again.
We've all got fish.
It was weird.
They're old fish down here, guys,
That's what it is.
It's just middlingers, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, there's nails.
I'm just going to do a quick catch up with some of the comments because it looks like there's a fair few of them coming in. So I'll quick blast through. We've got A-Ups Cupcakes from Vince. How you doing, Vince?
Hey, brother.
We've got a High-Ex Koi from Kerry Koi, obviously yourself, back into...
that was when I'm messing about on YouTube.
Yeah. I've not got messed yet. There we go. That's our little conversation back and forwards through that. We've got hello, Gavin, and everyone. How you doing, David? Come, you well, mate?
All right.
David.
Hi, David from Hertz. We've got Hilsey says, howdy, people. How's everybody doing? Me, I've just been...
Right, Hilsey.
In this heat. Tell me about it, mate. It has been warm. It has been warm this week. And next week, while he mentions that, next week we're expecting temperatures in the UK from 35 to 36 upwards. So
Wow.
make sure you got some shade for your ponds, guys, and make sure that extra air's on if you've got it. If you haven't, I suggest you perhaps maybe look into seeing if you can get some. It's Guy, okay, mate, and you. Hello, Vince from David. My internet just dropped off from Mike KH. Yeah.
Yeah.
Evening at Hillslake from Hertz. Hi all from Kushti Koi.
Mr. Guy.
Then there's the laughing, smiling faces from yourself at the comment there from Mike KH, because I know it is. I'll catch you. I'll catch this on the repeat. Thank you very much, that Koi guy. Speak to you soon, mate. Take care. Hi, Kushti. Hi, it's Koi. Life around the pond. Hi, guys. It's Jamie. Hope you're all well. I'm good. Thanks, Jamie. Hope you are too.
Hi, Jamie.
Carol. Hi, everyone.
Carol.
Just here for a while. Pleasure to have you, Carol. Thanks very much for joining us. I don't know if this is the first time, but it's certainly the first time I think you've left a comment in, so it's very nice. How's the pond roof coming on? I hope it's doing well. David Cook. Hello, Jamie. Hi, Dave. Life around the pond. Evening, Brett, Amanda, Gaz, Mick, Daz, Frank, John, Sue, Peter, Paul, Claire. Sammy, Marie, and the rest of the world. Evening, Daz and Mick.
All right.
You're all good from Matt's Coin. How are you doing, Kyle, mate? Hope you're well.
Kyle.
Kyle, just a little info for you, mate. You definitely need a bigger air pump for that curtain bud, for that one to start putting some bubbles out. But it was funny watching you attempt it and try it anyway, regardless. At water looked a bit cold, mate. Somebody looked like they were playing Hide the Peanut for a minute.
I love your video.
Evening, guys. Copsy's Koi, chatting bubbles. I've been your folks. I've been your cops out. You well?
Right.
Where are you from, Amanda and Brett? That's the first question from Carol.
We're in Mansfield and Nottinghamshire.
There we go.
Nottinghamshire, yeah.
We're on the edge of Sherwood Forest.
Yeah, right on the edge.
There we go. We've got a second question, which I will put to the panel, and obviously you guys can give your own opinions on it. Even though, quick question. I'd like to buy some fry, but don't have a grow-on setup. They will go into my main pond, which is sort of the size, what sort of size minimum in the fish so they can survive. Now, you got some big fish, mate. Have you still got that grass carp and that big shag? You've got some fairly decent sized fish. I think when I say fairly decent, pushing 40 cm plus as some of them. So just waving to my son. What do you think, guys? What kind of size fish would you think you would Fry would need to have before he could think about putting them in with his?
I won't even think about putting them in the main pond yet.
No, I won't put anything below 3 inches in.
No.
Yeah. There we go then.
They're just going to be snacks, I'm afraid. Sorry.
Yeah. Especially, no disrespect, but especially, I can't speak, mate, because my pond's not big either. Especially when you're putting in small fish with big fish in a small environment, is very little place.
Got a lot of weed cover for them to hide in.
Yeah.
So. But the way she says fry, what is she after? Pinhead fry or 3-inch fry? Anything after 3 inch, it's fingerlings, isn't it? So yeah, she could put 3 inch fish, 3 inch and above.
Yeah,
I've got a fish in my pond. That's what was the asagi that you gave me when we got it? It was about 7 or 8 cm.
Yeah, it was 7 cm. Yeah,
7 cm. Well, tell you this, mate, definitely grown a heck of a lot. I'm going to measure it up. I'm not convinced it's grown maybe 3 cm at least, which is pretty damn good.
Yeah.
It's well, you
that
know,
grown that fast.
You know the what is it? The bonsai koi. It were alongside that yesterday, and I thought, Jesus Christ, that's nearly as big as it. And that is, as we know, 4-year-old fish, biggest fish in the UK, 15.5 cm.
Wow.
Yeah.
but it certainly filled out, mate, a heck of a lot. I have been feeding a fair bit too, so purposely trying to see if we could get it to grow. So there you go, mate. Advice from most people: 3 inch or above, bud. Don't go with anything smaller, or otherwise it'll just turn into an expensive treat for your your koi. Someone put some wild lilies in their pond within a week. Every fish was infested with lice. Yeah, if it's wild, it's not a good idea, mate. And the best thing is
PP it first.
PP it first, or you can even bleach it, because bleach won't do any harm either.
Yeah.
So you can actually
Bleach
soak
won't
the
hurt
root
plants.
plant in bleach, and the lice won't like that, but nor will they like the PP. So if you're going to do it, or you want to do it, you can do, but not really advisable. I put a lettuce in the pond today for the first time, and they demolished it. I'm absolutely tempted to try that, actually, because I've seen a lot of people. My only worry is I stick a lettuce in, they demolish that, and I come back next day and all my lilies are gone.
You know what?
Eating greens,
Sunday,
they continue.
I'm going to try Sunday with some prawns. I've never tried prawns before, but
prawns are brilliant.
Yeah, definitely.
See if we can
feed them toast and they have
Monster will suck them straight out your hand once you get to taste of them.
Well, they're that tame now. I'm sure that they'll take them straight out your hand. So
we'll
on Sunday.
I tried mine last year on prawns and mussels and crab sticks as well. Even though crab sticks for sure. And even after just the first 2 or 3 goes, I popped them in at first, and then from then on in, they were straight on it. They were straight to it, feeding out my hand. Even then, with the food, I could just sprinkle it over the top of them. They weren't bothered about me being there at all. Then at that point,
I mean, Maxi Coy's video was really interesting with the strawberries and such.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing that really stuck out to me was as he's throwing the different foods in, some foods like the strawberries, they went for it before it even hit the water. It's like they knew that was good to eat. I'm a
keen carp angler, and I've fished with strawberries before, and wild carp go mad for them.
Yeah.
So it's only the same minute they're just an offspring of wild carp.
They seem to know as soon as it hits the water what food it is and whether it's good or bad. It's weird.
It's good smell, isn't it? They've got such a good sense of smell.
Yeah.
Keith and Paula's Pond Build and other projects. Evening, everyone. Good evening, Keith and Paula.
Hi, Keith and Paula.
What's going on with
Sky, which is Kyle. I'm thinking about getting rid of my big leather mirror cap. Guys, needs a big lake now, I think. There we go.
Come and see me. Kyle, come and see me.
There you go. You've just found it a new home. Evening all. Hope you're okay. Teresa Morgan.
Evening, Teresa.
Tandem there.
All right.
Hillsley, Koi in the UK put a floating fry net in with lid inside this main pond in the fry, and they seem to be doing okay. Well, Hillsley, my dad did that, and they just turned into suckable sushi, and they just sucked them through the netting.
Sucked through the net,
I've seen that.
The fish were constantly being sucked at through the netting by bigger fish.
Yeah.
Amanda Blackshield says 2 grass koi have gone. Up north koi. Oh, sorry, you did. Up north had the chag, but unfortunately, it did jump out, didn't it? I remember, mate. But thanks, yes, the fry. I mentioned 3 inch or above. Well, we just happened to know a guy that's got some 3 inch fry or above. I'll put some links up later, and, if you're interested. In fact, while you guys have a quick chat for a second, I shall make sure I put their. There you go. If you want to get in touch with him, mate, and you want to see what he's got, you will be able to see him come Sunday when we do the live. But there's his email address if anybody's interested in picking up any of the fry that we will be showing and we will be selecting through on Sunday. As if that were planned, Daz, eh? Oh.
Sorted.
Grass carp, not koi. Yeah, I knew you remembered. I sure do, guys. I've just messaged someone who's got Pondo ASET 900, 15 bar, any good or scrap? Only 25 quid.
Kyle, come and see me, mate. I've got a Blagdon 50 litre a minute air pump. You can have it.
There you go. Brett sounds like a Yorkshire lad. No, he doesn't sound like.
Hey!
Oh, what's that? Is
Where am I going?
Leeds United. Leeds.
He is a Yorkshire lad then. Carol says to the answer to Amanda Blackshield, 10 cm, I would imagine. They can eat oranges now, but chopped up. Very sweet. I've never tried it in chopped up bits before. I've only ever tried it in the halves and floated them on. But with the full slice of a melon that I put on, they had that. Vince's, the fish I got from Vince switched them on to that straight away.
Yeah. I chop oranges up, but then I get all the skin going down the bottom drain and into the drum filter.
Yeah.
If I don't collect it as soon as they've finished it.
Yeah, it ends up dropping to the bottom.
Yeah, straight down bottom drain. Now I'm pulling it out the drum filter the day after.
Ilsley says, my little girl steals all the strawberries before they even get to the fridge. Smiling faces there. Carol says, mine love prawns, red melon, and love chopped garlic in their food. This is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
The week, won't we? If you've got parasites, apparently internal parasites, like intestinal parasites.
Internal and external.
Yeah.
Don't put garlic in a lot of food, in a probiotic.
A good way of kind of fighting that off is by wanging in some garlic into your feed or in your food if it doesn't already contain it. And we were talking about, I wonder if they'd take finely chopped fine, garlic. And obviously, Carol's do. So there you go.
We tried ours with garlic ones, didn't we? But
yeah.
We weren't keen.
Now that's the last of the comments. That is the first time in a long time I've
Wow.
Right. So next thing we're going to do then is allow us guests to bring up any topics, should they want to do or should they wish, that you would like to discuss, or you would like to showcase yourself a little bit about what you do, your pond, your fish, your stock, and so on. So I shall hand it over to the glamorous Brett and Amanda. The glamour being Amanda. There you go.
Well, I'm not saying anything because I should talk about handbags.
Oh, yeah.
Feel free. We have a specialist. We have a specialist for all aspects if we can. One is Google, two is me. And I just sit here.
We could have started a channel, handbags at dawn.
That's it. Do you want to tell us a little bit about what you've got going on and what you're doing at your pond, your business? Do you want to give it a shout out, a mention?
Where are you looking towards me?
You're the man for the business.
I mean, I never say a word to anybody about anything. I'm so uncontroversial, it's unreal.
Yeah. You really look that way.
We've still got a bit of work to do finishing the extension on the side of the house that you took over from a kitchen. Well, I wanted to put a bigger kitchen there, and it now has lots of tanks in with fry.
Stick to your guns, mate. You don't
I am doing, mate.
Kitchen needs to be small. Fully full of tanks. And then as he checks to make sure his wife's not looking.
We want some more fish for the main pond, don't we? But just finding right ones.
Yeah.
And then building the fry stuff, isn't it? Because we've got 2-3 tanks that aren't even plumbed in and that. Yeah.
No, we've still got a lot of insulation and the boarding to do. I've not been very well. I had an accident at work 2 years ago, briefly. And if it hadn't been for that, it had all been done now. My pond still needs painting, Amanda.
Honestly, if anybody can help me, I started painting the underneath of the pergola because I bought loads of beautiful fairy lights. The thing is, I can't reach some of it. I didn't know when I started.
Have you got the same problem as my good lady wife?
Vertically challenged.
Yeah.
I might be. I mean, you know.
My wife's exactly the same. But you know what they say? The best things come in little packages.
This
Yeah.
is very true. You see, I'm loving you again, Gaz. I'm loving you.
Well, I do remember you saying you're at work, and this was what you were doing now, is to give you something that you can work on from home, so that you
Yeah.
can. With what's happened, you don't think there's going to be any future of going back to doing what you were doing as a line of work?
No, not really, is there?
No, so
Not with what's going on.
Would you want to do it now? You've got your own avenue to go down. Would you want to? That's the main thing. If I'd rather do something that you love and you enjoy and turn that into your job, if you can, than working for a man and not being happy. I don't. Yeah.
I don't know, yeah.
At some point,
we've got a redundant pitch up road, and he sends me up every week to start digging a bit of coal up, and I work like.
I've kept fish and koi all my life, so I know exactly what I'm doing. I've been around fish all my life.
Has it come to the end? Life like this. At the end of this show, is that it? Done. Boom.
Hopefully not.
I hope at the end of this live, that's not the end of it.
You never let me finish about this burglar.
Well, go on then.
If anybody can help me finish this burglar, we're coming out with this because I can't reach.
Well, we're quite often regular. Have you not? Are you using brush and roller?
Yeah.
Still can't read.
I'll bring you an extension pole.
I've tried with an extension. I'm too small. I'm like an
An extension. It's 1.8 meters long. It extends out to 3.6.
Our arms don't move, Gaz. Sorry.
Don't you tell me how long it is. I'm not interested.
So what you're saying is we need to organise a work party.
Yeah.
Well, it's a good excuse for a pond visit, so why the hell not?
Well, it is, yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
I'll provide.
Not like you're thinking that was needed.
For a calendar.
Send us a date, book it, and we'll book it in. After that, did you see how she did that? She managed to come on and convince 4 guys to come down and paint a pergola.
That's
Just
what
by
women do. They're manipulators.
Yeah. They're much appreciated, though, guys.
No.
I'm sure. Well, I'd love to come down.
I would love to come down there.
Yeah, me too.
And you're in
You're very welcome.
Time on, on a
What's
week.
that thing in your hand?
That was his professional back scratcher.
No. She's sitting in the back room. She's sitting in the front room. That is.
Oh.
Brick. Watch for the brick, guys. Brick. She's thrown him all this week already. She needs to buy them.
Leave you handsome chaps to it, because I'm going to go and look at my handbags, Mick.
You have to do a video. You have to do a video of one of your. You have to do a video of your handbags. Just spreading around the room, look.
I'll just do it. I'll hang them around the pond. Then we can still call it a pond video, but with me handbags as decoration.
That's it.
Make sure that when you're doing your next one, so that we all get to see your collection of handbags, it's that way, not that way.
Yes, I know. Keep telling her.
No, I do it the right way. It's in.
In fact, to be fair, I did the BKKS video. Yeah, it was me.
Just give you more of the view, we get to see more. And that's what it's about.
I don't make mistakes.
Where do you get your fry from?
Where did you get the last lot from?
Some might have come from my own ponds. The bigger ones that I've got now come from a spawning that just happened last year out of the blue.
So you had a
there's about 300 of them at the minute left.
Yeah.
So,
it's smelly though.
Oh,
it stinks.
We came out one morning, the pond was white. There was eggs everywhere.
Oh.
yeah. It smells like Grimsby dogs.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, it smelled, yeah. It was.
And other dogs, obviously, not just Grimsby, that's the.
And it looks like you put a litre of bubble bath in as well.
Yeah.
Pond prop everywhere.
Fish love
Proteins.
everywhere.
Proteins, isn't it?
Yeah.
I just wish I filmed it because it could have maybe been some sort of fish porn, and I bet somewhere somebody would have paid to watch it.
Just remind me that next time. We can get that
How
one
would
back.
you like me to leave?
Well, what's it called? You might see some fish porn on Sunday if you come.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'll come back smelling of it.
oh
If I get in
right.
time.
Backing you down, mate.
Somebody's
It's goldfish. It's iron goldfish we might be spawning.
Yeah, well, actually, that is a thing, isn't it? Does you were saying today that it's last night or tonight?
Yeah, I had an interesting turn with the goldfish today, actually. I was looking at them and I put them in one of those little observation tanks, and I got the four nice calico triple tails, and two of them have got like an abbreviated, much shorter dorsal fin. But then I remembered that we used the Ranchu male to cross with them, and that's why the Ranchu has no dorsal. That's why some of them have got half a dorsal, because they're half Ranchu, half calico.
I didn't know you got Ranchus.
Yeah, didn't you know?
No,
Ooh.
you didn't tell me.
Yeah.
And he's got some pandas.
He said ranch shoes,
Papa
not red
Randas.
shoes.
I love my little goldfish.
There you go.
Oh, you staying at home and doing the ironing. I'm going to see these Ranchus.
There you go.
You can have some baby.
Leave the ironing to another day. Just come down.
Yeah, if I could, guys, I haven't got the space here. I would breed with some of my own fish because they are quite high-end Japanese fish.
Purposely, not accidentally.
Yeah, but the ponds took up most of the room here, so there's no way really to do it. So we was looking at getting Tozai from Ricky at Koi Wholesale because we're not far from him and we know him anyway. And then the other one was Adam Bayer that was thinking of getting fried from. So if it suddenly happens again, then I won't be getting any fry at all because I'll have my own again.
But we do live on Edinburgh Park. There's two great big lakes. I don't know why we can't fence one off and just take control of it.
Yeah.
Well, you only have to maintain it for so many years. If nobody does, it's technically yours, isn't it?
It's not very deep, either. It's only about 2 foot deep.
Yeah, perfect.
I could bring them ducks a bit further along. We'd be well away.
It's a little duck pond. Yes, I hadn't thought of that.
So what size are you, Koi? Not your main pond, Koi. Your fish.
In the main pond?
No, the grow ones.
Oh, they've all come from fry. There's some about, how big are they? About 7 inches now. And then there's
the others are probably
about 7 inches.
I've just kicked the dog. That shocked me that much. Dog.
Some about 7, 8 inches, and then there's some smaller ones. They just, I've took the, I forgot what they call them now. Tobies. It was Tobies.
Yeah.
They're in one side, in one tank, and then the others are about 4 inch long now.
And then some that were a bit funny shaped, kept feeding them to others. I didn't like that.
All the deformed ones and that they turned it to food
as
for
Vince would say, your business.
Yeah.
Well, if this survival of the
You
fittest,
recycled them.
Yeah, is that what you do, Daz?
And I just think
No, we don't.
to be fair,
He's got a mick.
completely honest, he's got a Mick, and Mick manages to find homes for every one of them. Every single one of those fish that has been turned out from Daz's so far has found a home, a forever home. So we've not got rid of.
I've not got rid of them. I've waited for them to start floating. There is some in there with flared gills at the minute still, and that.
Yeah. Interesting about that. I got a Tancho Gashiki, and it got flared gills, and it was only slight but noticeable. And I hadn't the heart to do anything with it. I thought I'll just leave it, and I looked at it the other day, and the bloody gills are completely flat down now.
I think
So it can reverse or heal itself.
as long as it's not the beginning of the gill.
No.
Yeah,
It's just like
it, has
the
to
filament
be
on the
the,
edge.
it has to be the outer filament.
Yeah, the filament
that
of
was
it.
where that one was. It was quite
Yeah.
curled. But
Nice
The
all
body
that-
grows
Yeah.
into it, don't it? The top end of the body, the back of the head, then grows into it.
Yeah.
Right.
It can do anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. So
So
don't be
I've
too
left
quick to
mine.
dismiss them.
I've left mine in there, and some have got a bit better at the minute. They're not
Yeah.
as noticeable.
What types of koi do you have?
Just
of-
before you answer
babies.
that one, I'm just going to bring in our next guest who's going to join us this evening as well. So if we could add Alex in. There we
Good
go.
evening, Alex.
Good evening, Alex.
Hi, Alex.
All right.
Right.
Good evening. How are we all doing?
Well, mate,
Very
thanks.
well, thank
Well,
you.
mate.
All good.
Good, good. Kirikoi, I've just had a very, very quick look at your YouTube channel just before I came on, and I will be subscribing just as soon as we're done here. It looks great fun, mate.
Cheers,
Really
mate.
nice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Gaz, you got any problems with the audio or anything, mate, or is it all good?
Sounds perfect, mate, to me.
Cool.
I don't no feedback or anything.
I'm going to leave you boys to it. Cheery
All right.
Yeah.
Don't leave me on my own.
There you go. Now you can kick back a little bit and just chill out.
Yeah, put my feet up.
Just tell him I'm not that far away. I can hear it.
Right, I'll go through.
Shall we walk you around
Yeah,
back
we-
then? Won't see.
And then we could be somewhere. Where were we? Somewhere around here. Prawns and melon, chopped garlic in their food was the last one from Carol. Kushti Koi, garlic. I use it every time I feed. I've only had flukes once in 5 years. There's got to be a reason behind it. Brown bread from Marks and Spencer's with the crust.
Oh, yeah. I love brown bread.
Well, you all wish you lived in Graham Taylor's house. Marks and Spencer's. Carol says 32 in the house. Don't forget to like. Yeah, thank you very much, guys. If you do us a huge favour, give that thumbs up a smash. 29 of you watching right now, apparently. Hit that like if you wouldn't mind. It helps and it push out to a wider audience. Christy Coy, Gaz, if you're going to bring the next poll, you might as well paint it. I think we're going to get roped into doing that anyway.
Yeah, me too.
As long as Amanda can get on, we're all made welcome. I don't mind chipping it. Lights in the main pond, guys. Good idea or bad? Depends what type of lighting, mate. Bad idea.
Yeah.
I think I'm sticking it in there an electric extension. Reasonably good idea if you want to use
Yeah, I've
something.
got a big light in mine, and when the
Put
pond's
big light on.
when it's clear, it's fantastic.
Big light.
I mean, I've got one in my little pond.
About 10 inches across. It's pretty massive. It's like a searchlight. All the fish
And
don't like
also-
it. Like moths.
I do
Easy
also have
tiger.
around my pond, but I don't have any in the main pond. I think it's more cables to be unnecessary for me, but I don't like too much in them as if I can help it. But
It's
yeah,
more things to flick against, isn't it, as well?
exactly. Yeah. If you've got lights that's structured out, it's more things for them to flash against. And then there's that pain in the backside of when they get covered in green algae. Keep taking them out and cleaning them every 2 minutes because they don't look like bright lights anymore. Well, that's my opinion, Carl. You go with whatever you fancy, mate. For me,
Who?
I'll go with the
It was A&B for you.
Cassia's Reef and Pond. Guess, hi everyone. Hi Cassia. Hope you're
Hi.
good. I'm guessing I did ask this last week, Cassia, just like beforehand. You're from the States. I've got some scaffold boards to paint my pergola. Are you guys going to the new Koi show? We both said, yes, definitely. And we might also be supporting some GKP
Yeah.
matching uniform.
Yeah,
Or maybe
fly the flag.
Same. Just for shits and giggles. Kyle says my red is full of eggs. I think mine is as well, Kyle, to be fair. But unfortunately, she's got swim bladder, which has been like that now for a few months. She's still feeding. get around, but she's lost all balance and just literally drops like a rock to the bottom.
Yeah. Kyle, if you lift her, cradle her in your hand, when it starts just to come out the water, if she starts releasing, if she's full, she'll release. If you pull her out the water and she don't release, she won't.
Yeah.
She's not ready.
He ain't got any other ones to break with it. He give them all away, didn't he? They were telling me this other week. He's only got that one left. And they were saying now the red caps and all that kind of thing don't like deep water and all the rest of it. His is swimming around in 4 foot deep.
Yeah.
Cruising around with a car.
12 inch is an ideal depth for fancy goldfish.
Fancy goldfish, yeah. Life around the Koi pond, me and my wife share a pond body. We come up with ideas on improving the pond like a bog filter. My wife suggested it. I built it. That's what I suggest everything, and I have to do it. Carol, it's nice when the other half, Jamie, likes ponds. We worked together on a recent project doing a polycarb roof. Yeah, it looks like it's been going well as well, Carol. Guessing you must almost be finished, if not already. My mum's got 1 acre. Oh, sorry, 1 acre.
1 acre.
I'm not as bad as last week. 1 acre of land in Wales, and she's not using it. I'm trying to get her to let me use it. The other 2, she's got horses, ducks, and all that on it. But I want the. You want the other one?
That's perfect for a koi farm, mate.
Yeah, just what you want. 1 acre.
Yeah.
It's going to be a killer, mate. Back and forth every day. More time a day to feed. You spend more time on motorway, mate. Keith and Paula, anyone know what causes lockjaw in koi? Doing this.
I've never heard of lockjaw.
His lips sticking out like that.
Called hyperextend.
Yeah, can't seem to pop it back.
Yeah.
I had one doing that last year.
Yeah. It's just a piece of cartilage here. And as they protrude it, it just knocks. So all you do, you catch it in your net, and normally it will just go back in by the stop of being caught.
Yeah. One of mine was doing it last year, and I think it was one that gave it to my dad. But it only did it about 3 or 4 times, but it was weird because it was constantly going around with lips stuck out. I thought, what's wrong with that? But by the time I got the netting to have a look at it, it went back to normal. It only went looking to feed with others.
Yeah. You know the blue shoe I had in my pond?
Yeah.
That did it before it went.
Ginger Viking, how's it going, mate? Hope you're good. Newark is going to be epic. It certainly is. Nice to see the show and what it's got on offer. Thanks, guys. Right. Well, we'll let Alex, nearly forgot them for a second. Alex introduce himself and have a bit of chat. And I do believe that he's got a couple of topics that he would like to bring up and ask the viewers and ourselves about, and stuff that he would like to have a little bit of a chat about. Without further ado, mate, I'm going to hand it over to you and then keep relax and just see what happens.
Yeah, thanks, mate. I appreciate you having me on anyway.
Yeah, my pleasure.
So my name's Alex. My channel's called AV Koi. I'm guessing most of you haven't seen it. So I haven't got that many subscribers, to be fair. But
let's see if we can. While you talk, mate, I'm going to see if we can find your channel and share your link for you while we.
Oh, thank you, mate. Yeah, it's a pretty standard setup, really. It's a pump-fed pond. I'm running the Awaze Screenmatic 60,000 as the filter. The Eco Max 20,000 pump, and I've got the Absolute Koi retro bottom drain as well. It's precisely, for the geeks out there, it's 1,043 gallons precisely. And I've just added my 5th fish, which is just I've never picked never picked a 4-inch fish in my life. They've always been quite established fish that I've bought. yeah, that was quite interesting to nip down to Quennicoy and have a look at a different side of the hobby, which is the younglings, if you like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For all those that might be interested, there is a link there to Alex's channel, which is Alec Bishop AB Koi. So do us a favour, guys. Swing by, give him a click, give him a like, knock him a sub.
Your setup sounds very similar to Mick's, actually, because he's got the, I think his is a Screenmatic, isn't it, Gaz?
I think it is, mate.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Similar
Mix
size.
I think Mix might be the size up. The next one, the bigger one. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, the 90 is the next one up. That's a big old unit. Yeah.
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 They're good though, aren't they? They do the job. They do the job well.
Yeah, I mean, it's I call it the poor man's drum because it works. If you do know what they are, there's a belt in there or a screen or a sieve that rotates every hour and takes the muck away from the sponge section. Yeah. There's a video on the channel actually which shows how it works. But yeah, it's the only thing that it doesn't do with the drum. Obviously, the drum will wash it away to waste, where this one just goes into a collection tray in the filter.
Yeah.
Have you got the same filter then, Mick, as me?
Yeah, I have, mate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you agree with it? It's lacking biological.
I can't. Well, how big's your pond?
25,000 litres.
Okay. Yeah, probably then.
Yeah. Pretty big. It's. I think
Yeah.
that's what we worked out when we did it. Roughly, it was about 25 when we worked it out over there again.
Yeah.
Okay. It's
Yeah.
close, 24 and a half to 25 and a half ish, thereabouts.
Yeah. Have you got anything else added on, Nick, or is it just that on its own?
No, I'm no Mick Fish.
All right.
I've got this massive pond with like 10 little tinks in about as big.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
We were going to change his name today and put it up as No Mick Fish.
Is yours the 60,000, Mick, or is it the 90?
I think it's the 36. Okay.
Oh, right. Okay. How long do you had yours then?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I understand probably what you mean on the biological side. You've got a much bigger pond than me, to be fair. Like I say, mine's only just over 1,000 gallons, and to be fair, I only feed once a day as well. So that'll.
So how big is your filter box?
Say again, sorry.
So how big is your filter box?
Ooh.
2 foot by.
No, it's bigger than that. I would say.
2 foot wide by maybe 3 foot long, is it? Or is it bigger than that?
I'd say it's about 3.5 foot long, 2 foot wide.
So it's exactly the same as mine then. That's probably more.
It's fairly big. It's classed as I think they do a 40,000, a 60,000, which I've got, and then there's a massive one that's a 90, which has got loads of rows of sponges. It's got about 5. Is yours got just 4 rows of 2?
No, mine's got 38 sponges in it.
Ah, you've got the massive one then.
Yeah. Oh, so
Yeah.
I thought it was bigger than. But I've seen yours and your videos, and I've seen Mix in real life, and I think Mix is a fair bit bigger than yours. Not a lot. It's more depth to it and wider than yours is, I think.
I think water volume, I think it's about 350, 400 litres.
Yeah, I don't think mine's that size. Yeah, I think you've got the big one, mate.
It's bigger than Alex's.
Yeah. That's not hard. That's not hard.
I don't know.
But like I say, I mean, luckily I know a nice, kind gentleman who gave me some infrared media. And I've because you know how they come with them cages? So you've got 8 cages, ain't you?
No, I've only got 3.
Oh, I've got 8 in mine.
Yeah, I think you've got the really big one. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what we did, we laid them down, and then we stacked loads of infrared media on top. so it's acting like it. So it comes up through the infrared, then back into the pond.
Yeah. Well, I'm done.
These two gentlemen are going to do.
We're going to add him a round moving bed on it.
Square.
You got to think about it.
Square moving bed.
So we're going to put a round one on just to piss on his.
Yeah, with mine, Mick, I've done exactly the same as you, but with those plastic cages, which I think what you're on about, where the lids clip off. I took out. I can't remember what it's called. What it comes with as standard, is it zeolite?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Zeolite, is that right? Yeah, but I think that wears off after like.
It does, yeah. You have to keep recharging it.
It does.
You can recharge it with salt.
You can take it out, hang it in a bucket, bang a load of salt in there, leave it for 24 hours, and it recharges it again. So it is a reusable product, is zeolite.
The thing is, you never know when it's used up, though.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I mean, it could be used up in 3 days, couldn't it? And you might have left it in 3 months.
Yeah. So apparently, I don't know if this is true, but apparently it leaks back in once it's wore off. It can leak like.
No, only if you add salt. If you added salt to your pond, it would drop the whole amount of ammonia.
Neutralises all the ammonia.
Yeah. Well, after about 4 months of that running, and I thought I'm not having that in there. I actually did what you've done. I emptied that, chucked it away, and then I actually filled it with like really large bits of alpha grog, just for like more bio basically. And I've just left that in there. Not touched it.
I've got in there. I've got Ciprax in them.
Yeah.
And then infrared media all on the top of it.
Oh, right.
So I've got quite a bit of biological media now, but I still think it's lacking something. So we need to design a moving better.
I think my only, it's not a moan because I really like the filter for my size pond and what I do and what I feed and everything. I think it's really good, but I think if they could give it a better screen. Now, there's nothing wrong with the screen and how it works, but I think it could be a bit finer because I don't know if it's 200 or 300 micron, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which isn't, it's good, but it's not like, drum filters can be like 40, 50, 60, 70, can't they? So I think if maybe they did like 100 or something like that, it'd be a lot better.
And it would be better if the head bar, where it sprays in.
Yeah.
Where it went over the biochamber part, so the water's hitting the screen and then it's coming back on itself. You get a bit of forward movement on it, but what I find is, the tray you was talking about, the slop tray.
Yeah.
Just behind there, you've got like a hole what goes down to the sponges about that big.
Yeah.
Also, whatever stuff don't get caught by the foam. I mean, I've put floss in there. Whatever don't get caught by the floss, it's still going back into your filter. And do you find, how you got the plumber, what you pull off?
Yeah.
It sits in that end in the corners of that end. You get old detritus sitting in them two corners.
Oh, right. Yeah.
That's what happens on mine. And then, did you know you've got flaps? If you take your
just bear with me 1 second, Mick, just because somebody's asked a question for Alex, but also said that she's got to leave. So if we just bring this up quickly. Hi, Alex. I've just ordered a retro bottom drain. Are they as good as a proper drain? And that's from Carol. The reason why she's asking.
I think if you've done things the way I've done it, and you are a pump fed system, then I think they're an absolute. It was actually one of my points I was going to make later, actually, about kind of like the perfect pump fed system, if you like, because I know a lot of people have got pump fed systems. Not everybody's on gravity. I think it's honestly a no brainer. It absolutely. In fact, I've sold my vacuum because it was just sat in my shed, not doing anything. It totally transformed the bottom of my pond, my water clarity, probably the quality as well. So definitely do it, Carol. Yeah, 100%.
Carol.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of retro bottom drains.
I've got to admit, I wouldn't have said they were as good as a bottom drain.
No.
No, I probably wouldn't say that. No.
If you've got, the pump,
Yeah.
it's made a big difference to the bottom of mine. Now
So
I'm on some deep.
those cut big holes in your bottom of your pond as well. I'm never a fan of that.
It scares me too.
Yeah.
Well, I hope that helps, Carol, and take care. Catch you next time. Thank you very much.
Bye, Carol.
There you go.
Bye, Carol.
Yeah, your tray where your sponges are. It's like that, isn't it? It goes up and down and slops down. You've got a channel in between where you have to put the guides, where you have to put the cages for the sponges to fit on.
Yeah, that's right.
I've only just realised the other day when Gaz was telling me what to do. There's two rubber flaps that you can lift up on the ends to the drain side.
Yeah.
Yeah, on either side of your filter box. It's two rubber flaps you can lift up, and then you can give it a flush out, and it flushes all the debris out from underneath that corrugated tray. If you get what I mean. Yeah, I didn't know until 2 days ago.
By the look of Alex's face, I reckon he might not know.
No, I definitely didn't know that. Yeah, definitely not.
You know what I mean, don't you? You know the channels, but if you take all your sponges out, they're on them rail. They're on that rail system.
That's right.
And they fit into like a slot, don't they?
Yeah.
Next time you take all your sponges out, and you'll see like little squares in the rail system at the bottom of your thing, the bottom of your filter, and it's at this end, the closest end to you, and the furthest end. Have a look at the drain plug side, and they'll have two rubber seals about that big. All you do is lift them up.
All right.
Because mine are constantly lifted up now. So when I drop the water, it starts to drag all the stuff down the drain.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Well, I didn't know that.
Because you will find you'll get lots of detritus in them channels.
I don't. To be honest, mate, I don't. Obviously, I normally flush mine through twice when I do a water change, which I find is enough for my setup. But I do notice underneath the sponge. I'm not one for taking them out. I have done it once since I've had it, but I know what you mean about bits of crap and stuff lying on the bottom. But I've normally, before I start doing the clean, I'll get two watering cans, just fill them up with pond water before I start, and then once I've done the first flush and it's all gone, I'll just chuck that round over the sponges and down the middle bits of the sponges, so it hits them rails and pushes it towards the drain. But yeah, now I know that. I'll probably won't need
take
to.
Take the sponges out, do a video of it, and tell you that all the detritus and all the crap what sits underneath that corrugated rail system tray, you'll be surprised. You had no bacterial issues or nothing. I did it the other day, and Gaz and Daz seen how much crap actually come from under that tray. It was disgusting.
Yeah,
it was a bad. I think it's design the way they did it.
Okay, so you've basically just took those grommets out then, or those rubber things, and you just leave them out now. So when you do clean, it's all.
No, what I leave, I just keep the seal. They're screwed onto the tray at the bottom. So
right.
Rubber flap. You just lift them up, and they just stay in place. So now, when I drop the box, it's forcing water through. Where before, them flaps was down, and it was trapping all the detritus underneath that sponge system.
Yeah.
Well, worthwhile having a look, mate, just in case. But all the ponds a little less fish. You have had a fair few fish in yours whilst you were taking care of snacks. Be filled up from a lot more bigger stock fish in your pond. Could be a bit. If you want to double check again, mate, and next time you do a big clean, mate, and see if yours is as bad as what it was, or whether or not it was just
It was surprising how much debris it did trap down there.
Yeah.
I mean, what to do? The gentlemen are coming over to mine on Sunday. So if you haven't released a video by then, I'll ask Gaz to film something for you and send you a clip over.
Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, if you don't mind.
Oh, no problem, mate. No problem at all.
Have you got a channel, Mick? Sorry to interrupt you.
No.
Oh, you're not.
I'm just let's say, hang around with these guys.
It's this one. This is GKP Live, is Mick's channel and Az's and mine. So it's their participation bit that they take care of week in, week out. Kyle from Max Coy UK says he's just subbed. That's one more for you. Hertz Coy says he's just subbed. So that's another one for you.
Thank you.
David Kelly says, I've been here. I've been good, mate. How you been? Doing well at Black Country Coy Bloke. David Coy, how you doing? All good, thanks, mate. I went to the car boot sale last Sunday, got a fish copper jelly mold for a £5. I'm thinking about using it as a concrete koi mold. So, life around the koi pond, before you know it, guys, koi pond molds or koi fish molds from concrete. If anybody wants some, you heard it here first. There you go. That's the message that we got from Carol. She's just left. Graham Taylor says, Greenomatics. Sounds like something from Wallace and Gromit, if you ask me. That if it were a moving bed after it's they are mechanical.
Yeah, probably agree with that. Yeah.
Mike, the shy cameraman, says, I got the seal light in my backy shower and salt pond to 0.3. Should I remove the zeolite or stop salting or leave as is? Well, no, the salt reactivates your zeolite. So you have in the zeolite in, remove your ammonia, and the salt in your pond will be reactivating your zeolite in a loop.
So it's a continuous
I don't know
cycle.
if that would work, but it'd be good if it did. No, the 0.3 is minimal, mate. When you take them out, you have to put a large amount of salt in a bucket or a tub of water and leave it
As much as you can get in the water while it dissolves. Just keep putting it in and putting it in until it stops dissolving. Then you know you're going off.
Yeah. But Mike, take it out just in case.
A saturated solution. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Why should you take it out, though?
Any salt would react with it.
Well, yeah, but it's only going to react with it to re-age it in it. Not.
No, but you want to think he's putting salt in his pond. That's crashing over the zeolite. What's it doing? It's putting all the ammonia and crap back into water, isn't it?
I would have thought so. Yeah.
You would have thought so, would you?
I would have thought it would have made it release some, maybe not all of it, but I don't.
So I'm guessing when you put all the stuff into a bucket, the zeolite into a bucket with salt, it releases all the ammonia from the zeolite into the bucket. You take it out.
Yeah, and recharges it. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
that's it.
Take it out, just in case.
We'll have a look, Mike.
Then check your KH.
I do.
Life around the koi pond says he's just subbed. Mike KH gives us a thumbs up, and Shorty's going to turn around and say that he's just subbed.
Yeah. Go on, Mike.
You,
Get that back button.
So, Mike, I'll let you carry on, mate. Bring up your next topic. In fact, well, we could. I'll do one, you do one, and then we'll switch up like that. Unless Brett, unless you got out or anyone that you want to bring up.
I'm all right. I'll listen to you guys. I'm like Daz. I'm just chilling out.
One that we were talking about last week, which was water conditioners.
Yes, like the clay and stuff, and the was it something Masters?
Koi Masters Advantage.
Yeah.
What I would want to know, if there's anybody out there that has got it and is using it, does the Koi Masters Advantage leave a residue on the bottom of your pond? Does it leave, like the Fock does, a bit of a grainy sandy substance in your filter system? Does anybody out there that knows if you do get
Clay's heavy.
Yeah. I use Fock, guys. I don't get anything in mine. I've got a drum filter though.
Yeah.
It don't leave no residue. I use Fock every week.
I was using clay up to 2 weeks ago, a week ago, until I did that thing, and the amount of clay what was in the bottom of that that filter box. It was unreal.
Really?
Bit of an eye opener, mate. I mean,
It
all right.
was. It was.
When I had blanket weed and I treated it with the blanket answer, and that must act as some kind of flocculant as well, because the water is just crystal clear. It's the clearest I've seen it. I can see right down to the bottom. I can see all the liner on the bottom of the pond now. And it wasn't that clear
It
before.
strips everything, doesn't it? It strips everything out of the water.
Yeah.
It certainly does. The beauty of the stuff. It does its job for sure. Mike quickly gave us a thumbs up, said thanks guys, and he also said I subbed in to go. There you go. He subbed again if he could. Graham Taylor says point for discussion. Popular question around the Facebook groups is how often should you fish? Some once a day, some twice, some multiples, assuming all things equal, i.e. size and number of fish.
I feed mine six times a day. If they're hungry and and you can tell because they're always charging up to the side wanting food, I feed them.
Yeah.
Mine must get
No
about
point
6
having
to
hungry
8
fish in
feeds
your
a day.
pond.
Yours must get how many?
About 6 to 8 feeds a day. Every time I walk past it, they're at the window.
I'm the same.
Yeah.
Admittedly, on a weekend, mine will definitely get fed 4, maybe 5 times, if not 6 times a day. Just for fun, if I'm walking past again and I see them there and they come up, I'll give them some again. But Monday to Friday, when I'm at work, I get a feed first thing in the morning. I feed as soon as I come home from work, and then maybe one, or possibly, if I can, at a push, 2 more through evening, if I can. But on average, it's 3 to 4 through. Weekend, I try to give them that little bit extra if I can as well, and also banging some more high protein treats at the weekends too for myself. But
yeah,
I suppose it all depends on your fish and how often do they need to be fed.
Yeah.
Little and often, and as much as they can clear in a matter of minutes. Nothing more.
Yeah.
Don't believe in food on top of your boat. Don't believe in it. So it's sat there floating around and sinking around and swell. If you've got a 3 mil pellet when you come back 2 hours later, it now looks 6 mil. You're leaving it there too long. You're feeding way too much.
Yeah.
They say a grammage per fish per day, don't they? You have to get your overall stocking level.
Yeah.
You have to weigh, and then you get a food calculator. Then you run it through that, don't you? And go on by weight, and then split that food over the day. If you did it properly.
How much do you feed yours a day, mate?
If you see, I mean, my fish, what I've got in that pond, it's. I feed quite a bit, but not.
Yeah, he has to do though. I mean, seriously, no joking apart, mate. I mean, he has to throw buckets worth of food on just for fish to find it in that amount of water. You see, so. He's got to feed him, regardless.
But the biggest fish is in there is probably 13 inch, if that, and there's one of them. Then one is about 12 inch. Then they all go down to like 4 inch, 5 inch fish.
What about
many? Oh, the carcoo's only 29, 30, 36 cm, whatever that is. That's the newest fish.
Yeah.
But so it's not a very big fish at all. I think that's the second.
Dibs, just so in case anybody knows Dibs.
Yeah. I have an issue of buying fish and getting bored of them like 2 weeks later, so I end up giving them away.
So, Brett,
off of them
keep your eyes on the channel. If you hear Mick's got a new fish, make sure you get the dibs in first.
Will do.
Especially if you take a fancy to it.
Yeah, it's a my car at Harku from Quinnicoy. It's actually nice little fish. Colour's starting to break.
Go on, I'm back for swaps, mate. Amanda says.
I'm back to swap for fish. Sharpie's Pond World. Free for me, a little more at the weekend in terms of treats. There you go.
I'm going to bed.
Hi, Jeff.
Evening, Jeff.
Evening, Jeff.
Evening, guys. El Jeffo in the house. Of the first koi off the production line, mate. Oh, let's have a quick look at this. I'll make sure you guys have a quick chat between yourselves. I'll see if it's internet friendly.
Yeah, like I say, that filter
that's
box,
pretty
mate.
good.
It's a good filter box, but it needs more.
Yeah, I definitely agree. They could tweak it a little bit different. Yeah. Like I say, for me, I'm not.
I wish
Guys, I've
went
got
bottom
you
drain.
tough, mate. Is that all right?
It's honestly good, mate. Yeah, it's been a pleasure to have you. If you've enjoyed your mate, all the best to both you and Amanda, and take care.
Thank you very much, mate.
Yeah, see you, mate.
If you're free Sunday, mate, you're more than welcome to pop down.
Yeah, if I'll drop you a message.
Yeah.
We'll sort some out. If you want to come down, as Daz just said, I mean, I'm sorry.
Definitely be there, Daz. No problem. Yeah.
You've got my details, and we'll sort some out. I'll send you some details across.
Cool.
Brilliant, mate.
Take care, everybody.
I'll be in touch.
Right,
Guys.
see you later.
Yeah.
Love to meet you.
Nice meeting you all, mate.
Bye.
Thank you. Cheers,
See ya.
guys. Thank you.
See you later, mate. Bye-bye. There we go. That was Amanda and Brett. Hopefully, fingers crossed, you all went by and you swung by and gave them a sub and a like and all that kind of shared on as well.
I'll do it later. I don't know how to do it. Well.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll remind you to make
Hey,
sure.
turn your phone calls off.
What's that? Oh, yeah.
Turn your phone calls off.
Yeah, hopefully I won't get any tonight.
Hopefully, fingers crossed, this will bring up the picture. It will, sweet. Right, this should bring up the picture of the fish mold concrete koi that is made from his jelly mold.
That's pretty cool, that is.
That's pretty cool, actually.
That's decent. Yeah.
I reckon for as
it's wrong,
a form of jelly, you're going to be doing your teething with that one, though, mate, for sure.
You get a price for his guys, and how much, and do they ship?
Yeah, there you go. Life around the koi pond, which is Jay, mate. Do us a favour, mate. Bang us some details out. There's a gentleman here that might be interested. Oh, and as if by magic, Daz disappeared at the point of you saying, "Have you switched your phone off?"
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you think that system would have benefited from having a full bottom drain, 4-inch bottom drain into that, or 4-inch bottom drain into that, then into a sieve, then sieve back into pond? Because that's the only thing I'm struggling with at the minute. It's pumping. I'm giving it a right good clean, but then it pumps a bit of crap back in.
Mm. Yeah, but do you think that's where the better screen would have come in anyway if it was a finer micron?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just think the micron's probably a little bit too big. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it doesn't do a good job because, like I say, on my pond, it is absolutely fine. But
the stuff it takes out, it is immense. The amount of green stuff it takes out of the water.
Oh, it's amazing. Yeah, it really is. But I mean, if that was finer, I don't know how fine you could go with that. To be fair, because my collection tray is only quite small. So if mine was if it was 50 micron or something like that, the tray would be filling up every half an hour, I suppose, wouldn't it? But it could be a little bit finer. The thing with mine is, I mean, I can't remember who commented on it actually, who put the comment across the bottom, but putting some sort of moving bed or something after it might be worth it. But I'm struggling for space in my setup, to be honest. But that's why I try to keep the feeding and everything quite low and keep the stocking low and everything like that. So I don't want to push it too much.
Yeah,
it's exactly what you were saying.
What do you think?
That little bit moving bedding on yours. That's what you were saying. Thing wanted to add that little bit of extra. Yeah. I mean, if yours is a smaller system, mate, I mean, you don't have to have a massive big biochamber. You can do a small biochamber.
Yeah.
Half size of what you've got in your filter box would be adequate, and you can build it into something to make it, keep with the theme of the garden. Dry water, anything like that. Make a little bit of a feature out of it.
Yeah.
To keep the flow of the garden that you've got.
Yeah.
or sink it into ground.
Yeah. I think with just how it's been, obviously mixed pond's bigger than mine, but I think it's just been performing really well for me. So I've probably not looked at the system as much in depth as probably what you have.
Yeah.
But that thing with the runners on the bottom, and to be honest, I'm half tempted to nip out after this, to be honest, and check that, because I've never noticed them.
Yeah, because basically, you know where you pull the blue handle up, the little hook where you pull up, so where the water goes to drain.
Yeah.
It's on. You got like the ripple tray where the slots. So how many rows of sponges have you got?
4. 4 rows of 2, I think it is. Yeah, either 4 or 5 rows of 2.
Your system's bigger than mine, I'm thinking.
No, I don't think it is.
Well,
I think
we'll find out a weekend when I record it. Send it in. I'll send it on Messenger.
In fact, Mick, I've done there is actually a video on my channel. I can't remember what it's called, but it's probably about the 3rd one down. It was only a recent one, and that's where I'm actually opening the top and just showing people how it roughly works. Have a look at it, see if it's same as yours. But
a Wazi Screenomatic 60,000. I think that one is it.
Yeah, 60,000. Sorry, guys. Yeah, 60,000, mate. Yeah.
60,000 koi pond filtration system retro setup.
And does it say 60,000 on the side?
Not on. I mean, it did on the box, but it doesn't say it anywhere on the actual filter. No.
Oh, it don't. It does.
No.
It says 36,000.
You've got the. Yeah, I know what you've got. You've got the Mark 1. I think yours is called the it'll come to me in a minute.
Not a Screen X.
No.
Mine's electronic.
2000. That's what it is. That's what you've got.
Yeah, so does yours say 36 on the side then?
36,000 something, yeah.
Yeah. I can't remember what it's called. It's basically like the Mark 1. They did a first version. Is your screen blue? You know, the filter screen. Is it blue or grey? Blue. Yeah. Okay. So I think you've got then. So when you take the lid off, you know, my baffle where the water comes in and drops over the screen.
Yeah.
Mine's probably like a letterbox like that. Whereas yours has probably got like a little blue spinny handle where you can.
That's
it. Oh yeah, it has. Yeah.
Is it like a circle on top, and you can
that's it
change how much it shoots out?
That's it. Yeah.
So I think that was basically like the first one they bought out, and then they bought this one out. They're both the same, to be fair. They're just, I think the only things that they changed was the colour of the screen, because mine's grey, and in fact, I think your screen, from when I read up on them, your screen is finer than mine. I think yours was the Mark 1 was finer. And then on the second revision, which is mine, they made the screen micron a little bit bigger. And I think mine's 300.
So that would be interesting to see the difference in evolution from that filter to yours then. Has it got them flat? Has it got the riffled? Has it got that slotted where the guides go into with the thing what the
I know with mine, when I did take the sponges out, the actual, although it looks flat and symmetrical if you were looking at it from the outside, but inside the floor is slanted ever so slightly with those grates as well towards the drain.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's something that they changed then, because you've got those plugs.
Yeah, it's like all it is like a little flap of rubber.
Yeah.
And it's like it's crimped into the plastic. So all I did is lift them up, and then every time I drop, it just flushes through them now.
Yeah.
But before, like I said, the detritus level was It was crazy.
Yeah.
Never seen it like.
Yeah. I can't say I've probably. I mean, I'm really meticulous with it. To be fair, every weekend I'm out there, like rain, shine. I'm doing my 10% water change kind of thing. But like I say, with that watering can method, I'll just fill 2 of them up at the start of the process, and then once I've flushed it through, done the sponges, I'll just run that round the outside kind of thing and down them slots, and it washes it away. So I've not noticed it too much, but yeah, I have noticed some bits and pieces on the bottom.
The way I do it is I get 12-litre buckets from out the pond, and I flush the infrared video off, and that flushes all the stuff down if it oats on it, and that flushes it from that end. And and like I said, must do that about 5 or 6 times, and it's still. Gaz will tell you. Every time I restart the filter, you think, "Oh, it's lovely." It's not the
There are a lot in there, weren't there, mate? But you have been using a lot of clay, a heck of a lot of clay.
Yeah. I'll tell you what I'll do then, mate. The next time I clean it, which will be at the weekend, before I actually clean it, I'll take the tray out, and I'll just lift the sponges out. I'll lift some of the sponges towards the back, and I'll see what's sitting in there. I'll obviously drain the filter. I'll put the bung in and drain it, and then I'll see what it's showing. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's what I do. I drop my filter twice a week now, and give it a good clean out.
Yeah.
But it's still, I'd say it definitely needs something else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all mechanical, no biological, with other than the bits that you've put in.
I boosted it, haven't I?
Yeah.
Graham Taylor says, may have to do this in 2 posts, but it's a case of math. 1 or 2 handfuls of, say, 40 grams, then scroll out. Anyone scroll out eating food say 10% means they're eating approximately 72 grams. If I feed 30 grams for four times a day, all eaten, my fish are consuming 120 grams with no waste. That's a point of discussion for his popular question around in Facebook groups. How often should you feed your fish? Some once a day, some twice, some multiples, assuming all things equal in fish. That's his little bit he added to on that one.
Yeah.
I would have to work out PP, which would postage and package, but how much would you say? How much did you say, Mick? What would you be prepared to pay for on that? Ilsley says, you could do a shower filter. Get lots more from them for your biological. Now, does a biological system, as in a moving bed, produce more biological benefits than a vacuum shower? That's a question, because I don't know that one either. I've got one for you, Daz, when you've finished.
Yeah.
There's 2 questions. No, when you've done eating, mate.
No, it's all right. It's all right. It's all right to drop out earlier. I had an emergency. My mum's phone, the bloody filter was overflowing. The blanket weed that it had taken out was clogged up the jack matting, so it's flowing over the top. So I had to. It's funny. You only just said about phone calls, and like 2 seconds later, the blooming phone rang.
Yeah.
But yeah, I had to get her to yank the jack matting out, chuck it on the ground till I can sort it tomorrow.
It'll be right tomorrow morning. It's not going to do no harm.
No.
One thing we were going to talk about, and we did try this for a friend of ours, is on split fins that go all the way down, right to the very bottom.
Yeah.
Is that am I right in calling it radial or radius, where it goes right down to the very bottom area?
Yeah.
And how, when it's split as far down as that, the likelihood of this kind of damage to a pectoral fin or any fin, 0. It's too far down for the actual. So anybody that's out there telling you that, this will heal up. No, it won't. It won't.
Not without
without help.
Distance,
So we Googled and had a look, and now some people say that you can go out there and you can stitch them. Now, I would imagine on a bigger fish, sedated, that would be a reasonably easy task to do.
Yeah.
Providing you had some fine enough stitch without creating too much more damage itself.
Yeah.
Small penetration hole through, little overhand double knot, job done. A couple of little tacks on its fin. The other topic that I found was where it stated it's possible to super glue the job back together.
Yeah.
By adding a little touch of super glue and running it down the pectoral or the damaged fin.
Yeah.
And then a dab of water on it, as most super glues will be activated with a drip of water. Using any glues where they have an activating spray, because you don't know what that chemical is going to do, whether it's going to cause a burn or such. But a drip of water, I mean, the other one is saliva on your finger and wipe that across it, because saliva activates super glue as well. So your fingers don't put them in your mouth, because you will say cure it to whatever you've touched. But we had a damaged pectoral, and granted, it was the first time I'd ever tried it. We've got it laid out. I laid my finger on the underside of the pectoral fin, and I put the two ends in. And whilst the fish wasn't moving, I touched it on, and I drew a tiny little fine line over the pectoral fin. Now, super glue isn't permanent, especially when in water surfaces. And over 4 or 5 days, the super glue came away. But in the process of doing so, the pectoral was healed from the bottom of the radius right the way up halfway. So what we're going to try is a secondary bonding of the actual pectoral again, to see if we can get it to knit back together in its entire repair. So if anybody's ever had any experience or done anything like that, or had any fish where the pectoral fin's so badly damaged, I'm going to have to, trim some out of it or do the rest of it. You can rebond them back together. It does work. It does work very well. So it was something that when I'm going to do, I'm going to go back and I'm going to do the other half again and reseal it up again. I will do a little video on, and I will take a copy of it. I will put it out there for people to see, and I'll show you how I did it. And the product that we used has to be the fish safe super glue, so to make sure that it's not toxic to fish. Super glues are not good when they're in environments and ponds and stuff.
Yeah.
But there are ones out there that you can get by Gorilla Glues made, and they are, what's the chemical in it? Mick, what are you going to say?
Acrylcyanate or something.
There you go. Yeah. As long as it's free of that stuff, you're good, and it will work, guys. So, is there anybody else that's watching that's had a go and done it yourself or tried it yourself? If not, there you go. A little tip there for you guys. You can repair your damaged pectoral fins, tail fins, dorsal fins, any of that, or ripping them. But if you've ever been told that they will repair and it will heal up when it's right down to the radio, it won't repair.
Right.
The fish
it needs intervention with it,
especially on the pectorals and in the tail. Anything that it's doing backwards and forwards motions with, and it's slowing it, it just splits and just pulls and just rips. And every time it starts to even try and knit together, it will just continue to stay like that till eventually it'll heal with a permanent split. So, just a little bit of info there for you guys.
To be honest, guys, when I went to Quenicoi once, which is where I get my fish from, I saw a kajaku there, and I was at the time I was looking for a nice kajaku, and I'd found one. It was about 35 centimeters. I'd seen it. And I went, I'm going to go back and look at that. And when I went back, something had happened to it while it were in the quarantine room at the back or whatever. And it was such a beautiful fish. It was really, really nice. And I actually asked one of the guys there, which is one of the reasons I use them, just for this honesty. I said, is there any chance of that healing? Because that had gone all the way down to the radius or whatever it's called. And he just said no. He just went, no, that will never heal.
Yeah.
And it was a stupid price as well. It was like 70 quid or something for this stunning fish.
It would appear if it's perhaps made with knowledge, then it's already beyond that point. But we could see on this fish that the area was still actively
new growth. It was like a white bar. It was like
a
white tissue when
Yeah,
both
you
sides where it was trying to net.
You
Yeah.
could see it was. And when I touched the two together, you could almost see that they perfectly formed. It were all, well, I mean, obviously, the fin itself is quite sticky in it when it's side to side to each other. But we put it on halfway. Well, sorry, we put it on the full way. But unfortunately, after 3 to 4 days, it came away. It came off. The super glue came off. And we're floating around on top of the pond so it could scoop out and remove. But from that point to the halfway point, it's fully healed. And it's still.
I think that the thing to bear in mind as well is if you see a split starting, then to try and super glue it before it goes all the way down.
Yeah. So, little tip. Does work. We've done it. And hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll be able to go back and do it again and do the other half and get the fish looking as it should have been. So,
Yeah.
Yeah. So you live in the Midlands then? Well done.
Midlands as well, Alex.
Oh, sorry. Yes, mate. I'm in Leicester, or just on the outskirts. Yeah.
Yeah, just up the road from us.
Oh, yeah. I thought I did sense quite a bit of Midlands accents in this room, to be fair, but yeah.
Oh no, Gaz isn't. Don't say he's from Midlands. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you Sheffield, Gaz, or just?
Oh! He's from
No,
God's country, yeah.
Huddersfield, yeah.
God's country.
God's country. Yorkshire. Well, Sheffield's technically the same place as well. It's literally borderline of us, like it's next door.
Yeah.
So,
But, like I say, we go to Quinniquay quite a lot.
Yeah. That's a good place.
Yeah, lovely place. Yeah.
Amazing fish. Yeah.
I like that about them as well, to be fair. Like that story I've just said a minute ago, like the dead straight, the honest, there's no bullshit with them at all. Because he could have quite easily sold me a fish there and said, yeah, get a month, let the summer come round like you normally hear and it'll heal. But he just went, no, that's not going to happen.
I mean, that's the difference. I mean, did you buy the fish still or?
No.
Max Coy, I've got to get off, guys. Take care. In the meantime, all. See you later, bud.
See you later.
Hey, mate.
See you Sunday, bud.
Jeff, yep. See you Sunday, mate. Jeff Lee says, "Hi, Mike. Stallion fish keeping / gardening. I once had a fish with a really bad ulcer to the bone and managed to clean it and seal it. Well, the dorsal fin never grew back, but the skin did. There you go.
Oh, okay.
You're lucky, mate. It's uphill battle with ulcers. It really is.
It really is.
You lose more fish than you save for sure.
Yeah.
It's hard work, isn't it?
It is. I've only managed to save one from an ulcer, but having said that, it healed amazingly. There was a hole around the size of a 50p piece. You could almost see its ribs. I thought, there's no way that's ever going to come back from it. I treated it. This was in the autumn. By the springtime, I fully expected it to be really ropey when I netted it out. It was perfect. You couldn't even see where the hole had been. It's skinned over. It's a Deutsch fish as well.
I was just going to say, was it a Deutsch?
Yeah. I mean, Randy had that little ulcer as well, didn't it?
I did, didn't it?
Yeah.
Was that after around the spawning or before it? Was that after around the spawning or before it?
Before.
I can't remember, to be honest, because he was involved in that many spawnings. I mean, the early ones weren't viable, but he was still in there.
Mate,
so I think the first one was about February time. So
do us a favour, just quickly. You know that wind fan that you've got blowing that keeps going.
Oh, it's doing your editing again.
You wanna, there we go. I thought earlier on it might have been somebody else's video, but I forgot it were definitely yours. Wow, minute, mate. It is red out in here too. There we go. A boom from Skegget. Hi, Daz, from around the koi pond. Life around. It's evening. Oh, oops, missed that one. Evening all from Skegget.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Skegget. So just want to quickly catch up and we'll let you carry on then. Then Alex, with your next question or your next topic that you want to discuss. This is cool, not having to think about all the time. It's brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, my next one was a bit of a weird one, really, because the question weren't actually mine. It was just asked. It was asked of me, and it was if you had maybe like, I mean, you see these dream ponds on YouTube and whatever like that, and there's literally hundreds of thousands of pounds been sunk into them. If you had, let's just say for argument's sake, 150 grand, and it had to be sunk into a koi pond, what style would you do it? Now, I'm not talking about the inner workings, if you're having a drum filter or anything like that. Basically, what I'm asking is, would you have raised with a window, or which is very common nowadays, or would you go for the naturalistic kind of Japanese look, if you like?
You know what I'd go for? Who's the guy at Retford that's got his koi channel? He's got a pond and it's got like a bridge over it. It's
yeah. To be honest, I was just about to mention him. It's
that
it's
I would love a pond like that. That'd be my dream pond.
Correct. Yeah, A&C Koi. I think you're on about.
No. It's this guy's got a beard.
The ginger-haired lad. He's best friends with. He's friends with.
Sorry. Yeah, you're on about
Simon.
Frank.
Frank.
That's it.
Frank. Yeah.
Frank. Yeah, Frank. Yeah.
The Koi channel.
The Koi channel. Yeah, he was the dude that actually named his channel the Koi channel because nobody else told it, which was totally random. Nobody else had taken that name.
Yeah. His pond is amazing.
His is nice, but his is very modern, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just going to say that. To be fair.
I'd go. Yeah, I do. I mean, his pond is beautiful.
Oh, it's cracking. Yeah.
I'd be going with. My choice would be more of your traditional country type of garden pond, a proper, natural-looking environment. Really, really realistic. You know, like you go out and see a place and you think, "Wow, that'd be cool to sit and fish that."
I would like a nice natural waterfall and stream going in. That would be nice.
I would, yeah. I mean, I'd like to have a nice little, scaled, maybe turning water wheel in it kind of thing. All that kind of stuff. A proper natural setting.
Mine would have to be in the ground.
Type pond.
Yeah, mine would have to be in the ground. Japanese style rocks and waterfalls and stuff like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
If nobody was no object.
Yeah.
I'm
with you on that. There is another one, Gaz. You might know their channel actually, Gaz. That A&C Koi, which I've just mentioned a minute ago. They've got an in-ground one.
Their pond is stunning. It is lovely.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Beautiful. It's got a nice flow to it, and I love the beams that they've got going across to the garden shed, or whether it's I don't know if garden shed is tools and all that kind of stuff, or whether it's a bit of something else, but they have got a lovely pond. That is very nice. Just a shame.
It's very. I know it looks absolutely stunning, but it's actually quite basic in terms of the filtration and stuff. It's nothing kind of extravagant or.
And they've got some serious flow movement of water running through it as well. And
honestly, they do so well with what they've got. To be fair, because
they've got some nice fish in there as well.
Yeah,
it's really nice.
And
high quality.
I think the great big orange. Is it Orange Ogon? Is that right?
Bendigoy?
It's Bendigoy, that's the one. They've got a massive Bendigoy, and that thing is big. It's a big fish. I'm sure it's 70 plus. That's an Israeli koi.
Yeah.
Yeah, stunning, right? Well, they always reckon, don't they, that Israeli koi don't grow big, but that's a big fish. Stunning,
yeah. It is nice, very nice fish.
Yeah.
We've got a couple more messages coming in, I think. Hang about. Had a breakthrough with ulcers, going really old school ulcer that wouldn't heal for 2 months. Packed it up. Neat PP was healing this week. There you go. So you went straight into the PP, straight onto it.
Yeah, well, I suppose that cauterized it a bit like iodine or whatever, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's not a bad shout, actually, Skeggy.
Yeah.
I would have never thought of that, but yeah.
Somebody else did that. Davey.
Oh, David Coy, yeah.
What's it called? The guy who said Arbinia. Black Country Koi, Davey.
Black Country Koi,
He did that with a finish, didn't he?
Yeah, he said that's what he's been doing on his last video, didn't he? When he trimmed out the damage and went straight and went neat PP. Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
Yeah.
we watched that together, didn't we?
Having a look into. We've got that one there. It says, Alex, someone? Don't know. Graham, elaborate. It's a bit of a... Gaz, look back for a long message I've sent you, please, mate. Okay, will do. Low to the ground, lots of large rocks and triple waterfalls. Yes, that's the kind of thing.
That's the one.
Cascading water. Nice look.
Yeah.
I love this windows and stuff. I wouldn't want no, I'm all right for a bit. I wouldn't want, to me, I would rather stay original with it and traditional. Fish, Japanese koi. Like you said with the bridge over, cool, because then you can do your over top down looking over. That'd be for me. I mean, to have a walkway at the top of your pond so that you can stand there and look over them or feed them from above would be pretty cool.
Is that just the reason that those sort of style of ponds are so popular, though, do you think, Gaz? Is it just the fact that the raised in the window is just... I don't know. It does seem to be everybody's got them, don't they?
Yeah.
I think it's same as out, mate, isn't it? You know, a new car comes out and everybody goes, "Oh, that's a nice model." Before you know it, everybody's driving it. So I think it's the same as new sofa designs, everything. But everything goes back to the originals. Eventually, I think before long, ponds with glass windows in it will become a fad of the past, and traditional will come back. Everything circulates, doesn't it? And people like new things like change. But if you're going with a modern garden, then
they look great. Yeah,
it really fits in perfect. And admittedly, it's one hell of a viewing point, isn't it? So one hell of
it is.
Oh yeah.
If you do a lot of outdoor living in the garden, then yes, I can see it really works. And it's a great way to see Deutz fish.
Yeah,
because if they've got really nice scalation on the side, then you really benefit from the window pond.
Like
the only downside is...
On point it does, but not like that fish that you put in that examination.
Oh, yeah.
That is a fish made for a pond with a window.
It is.
Yeah. The Deutz, what about the silver sword? The silver sword?
Yeah. But the only downside with windows is you see everything. Every little spot on the fish, so you can end up fretting about everything.
Whereas sometimes, if you didn't know that were there, it could have probably been gone before you even knew it had it.
Exactly.
I mean, as is perks, but they have the downsides too. The other one is you've got that in your pond. You know, can you let your kids lake around it garden? No, because if they smash something into that, and next thing you know, you've got, 500 gallon of water blasting everywhere whilst
I'm not a fan of windows, full stop. But
no, I'm not. I mean, some gardens, honestly, I love the nature with them. But
house when I was a kid, so if I'd had one in a pond, you can guaranteed I'd have bust that for sure. My dad, it must have hated me. I put like 4 windows through in our house when I was a kid, but asking about doing stupid stuff, playing golf in garden, straight from the not a good idea. All sorts of stuff.
I mean, my pond as it is now, I've gone a little bit over the top with size, I think. Nah. I wish it was in the ground like Daz's and Daz's.
I don't know.
It's better for viewing your fish because you're looking down on them.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think
case in point. I just done a pond for a customer, and he'd already bought the pond. He's wanted it assembling and putting up. I had no sort of input in the picking of it or anything, and it literally stands 4'6" high. You cannot see any fish until you walk right up to it and peer over the edge. So, massive mistake.
Because that's chest height, that thing, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
So when you're in your garden, you walk down your garden, all you see is a wooden frame.
Yeah.
Until you actually get to it and peer over top. Now, I suppose in ways you can build a decking up and around it so you can step up and look over.
Yeah.
But then you have another structure. What I think they should have done with that is dropped it half an hour, 50-50.
Yes. And you can with those ponds, but he I did it exactly how he wanted. He was quite adamant how he wanted it.
Yeah, wow.
And it's got a 6-inch concrete base on it now, so there's no way it's going to get dug in.
No way it's coming up anyways. It's not going in. It's not going underground there 50-50, is it? But
No.
yours is, Alex, yours is 50-50, isn't it? Yours is like partially above and partially below as well, isn't it?
That's what mine is.
Yeah, I'd probably say mine's probably more 70-30. I would have thought. I've only got kind of the top, maybe 6-7 inches out the top. Yeah.
Is yours sleepers around the top or?
No, it is all.
No, it's a brick circle.
Yeah.
Oh, of course it is.
It's like the.
It looks like a well.
It's like a reclaimed. I'm not saying they are reclaimed, mate, but I know if they are brand new bricks, the design.
No, they are reclaimed bricks.
They are reclaimed, I thought they were. The reclaimed brick, so it looks like older used, where they've been knocked out of the mill kind of thing, and they're like old traditional bricks, but being recycled.
There's a video where it's got a nice lawn on one side, then it's got like a white path going down to it. Is that the one?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
It's like a raised version of mine.
It's got fencing down both left hand and right hand side, but the bottom bit is open straight out onto the field that just looks like
that's it. That's the one.
Green fields for as far as you can see. Cool.
Yeah. And I like your bench and you like your Acer as well.
Yeah, well, to be honest, that's on its last legs, mate. That Acer, I'm not going to lie.
Oh, my Acer, all my Acer have died this year.
Yeah,
the sun's ruined.
I found with mine, I had to move mine 3 times till I found its place where it was comfortable to live and grow.
Yeah.
I've moved it from dead centre bottom, slightly to the right. Then it started to wilt a little bit because you were not getting enough sun. Then I moved it to the far side with shelter up against fence, and it's done a lot better since it's been in its third and final place. They don't like a lot of direct wind on them, and they don't like being too much sunlight.
No, they scorch ever so easily.
In the wind, if it's hitting them too hard, too long, it damages all the leaves.
Yeah.
Graham says, has a metal bridge over his pond and built a tea house? Question.
Is that ANC Koi or?
I don't know. I know there's not a metal bridge over theirs because theirs it's like railway sleepers across there.
Is it Frank? That's Frank. Talking about him.
It might be on about Frank's, yeah. I go with a naturalistic pond, but with a twist, a sunken viewing area with a huge window like a public aquarium or a glass tunnel. Now that would be cool.
Only Skeggy would have to go bigger and better.
Yeah, but that would if you could walk underneath your pond. If you were in there.
If money was no object, why not?
Yeah. He'll make it back in ticket sales, won't he, I suppose? But
it's Skeg next day, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yep, in underground pond all the way, plenty of plants, natural looking waterfalls. I think the majority of people naturally do want to go with that kind of look myself. Mixed ideal pond would be a big square garden and square pond. Twisted Kai says, just finishing the filter. I've been listening to you guys while laying blocks. I'm glad we could keep you company, Vince. Did you get them all laid, though? That's the question. It's Kai, evening at Twisted Kai. PP, cauterize the wounds, oxidize the dead flesh, and the antibacterial. David and I talk a lot, and I've been having the same issues for 2 years, and we're working for everything we know. So you know how it goes. Seriously, you know how it goes. And Arbinia, do us a favour, mate. Let us know how those fish treatments came on, please. I aren't experiencing any problems myself with ulcers, but if it works out as a positive, good way of treating and a faster process to eliminate all the rest of the products and problems that are out there, it could be
to be honest,
sharing with the community.
To be honest, Gaz, nothing else works. So,
yeah, true, Gaz. I mean, it doesn't seem to do, does it? No matter what you do, whatever you throw it doesn't do the wrong.
Everything that people say, nothing has ever made the slightest bit of difference with ulcers.
I mean, I can think of one thing that works, but most people are frowning on that.
Yeah.
Knock on.
Easy to build easy to build a raised pond in a smaller garden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's dig in.
Well, I suppose there's less digging, but I mean, digging's not hard, is it?
It depends what your soil's like. Says the man who's
Well,
got
yeah,
hard garden.
Hang about. There we go. I'll give myself that one this week. Bullshit statement of the week came from myself. Definitely talking out my own ass there, because when I ate that massive, great big piece of Yorkshire stone in bottom of my pond, which took me 2 days to get it out, yeah, digging is hard. So sorry. I lied there, guys.
Yeah.
Boom, proper. Evening Vince.
I see.
It's cupcake. I can't dig down into the ground, so I had to brace. You can, Mike. You just chose not to. There's no such thing as can. Mark says, I'm back. Didn't know you'd gone. Only joking.
All right, mate.
Right, Max.
We know where we went.
If you did go before I read it out, mate, what we did say is see you Sunday. But now we get to see you again Thursday. So the one downside to in-ground is hand feeding. Yeah, you're right, mate. That sucks, doesn't it? You're gonna lay down on the floor, and if ground's wet, you're getting a wet ass. Yeah, got to agree with that one. Oh no, where did that go? Welcome back, Kyle from Skeggy. Hello, Daz Bud. Hope all is good, matey. From Mark.
Yeah, thanks.
Cupcake.
Yeah.
Macca, LOL, McCartney.
Is Vince coming up to Newark show?
There you go. You just asked him. Is Vince coming up Newark show? Would it be possible to integrate a monitor into the pond with an underwater camera? Thoughts? Probably cheaper than a viewing window. I reckon. Well, you can actually get digital cameras going underground, which you can put through to your computer system, so you can watch them all day long. Same thing as that is with the lighting. You have to take the damn thing out every time lens goes mucky to clean it to put it back in.
Yeah.
You can do that. You can do that quite easy. Relatively cheap as well.
Well, there actually is products out there to get can't you to do it.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of building a viewing area on my main pond, raised section to get a better view.
Yeah, do it.
That's what we were just saying.
Yeah.
Vince, brother Vince. I'd probably do it now, but I built mine with my dad in the ground, but the sunken patio with a raised wall, so you have the best of both worlds. Now that's what they call that? The pond guy over in States. I really love my job, dude. That guy made a pond at his office.
Greg Whitstock.
Yeah, where you can literally walk out of office from some French doors into your shorts onto a little beach and swim with them. That's my kind of pond.
It's called Aqualand. It's in Chicago.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
I want. That's one place I'd love to visit.
It's not Aqualand or Chicago.
No, Aqualand and Chicago.
Yeah. Max, not being long now, August 24th. She's due. Woohoo! Baby's coming.
Oh,
but what you did,
everything's okay, mate.
24th, she's due. Not be long.
Yeah.
She's literally 10 days from, and that's very close to the show at Newark. And he says, no matter what's happening, I'm going to the show. So, so he told me, I've got a metal bridge, but a snooker room on the other side. Right.
Nice.
Nice.
Go big or go home. The guy who was asking about from Retford with the in-ground pond with a bridge too long, a delay in reading posts. Oh, soz, mate. But we've got conversations to have in between.
Yeah, but the guy's Frank. We know who we were.
Yeah.
Said it.
We kind of got there before you even posted it. So technically, we weren't too long. We already got there before you. You were too long with the post, or I was too long reading it. Could be a bit of both, mate. It's all good. Salt and PP, ulcers gone.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Stick with traditional salt and PP.
I'm definitely going to try that, Skeggy.
Unless your landlord says you can. Kyle, yeah, Kyle. Just in case, his landlord. Sent him over there when the pond that he's built filled the cavity with cement. I said, you're going to need a jackhammer to get that out, mate. I'm telling you. That pond ain't never going nowhere unless there's a slight earthquake. Might do then. And he says, it's not my problem, that's landlord's. No, but I will be going to the All England. Well, Vince, how can you be going? You know, there is other areas other than down south, you know, mate. There is some places.
Come on, Vince.
West.
Be nice to see you. You come to Quinnicoy, so you can come up this way.
Get yourself in a car and drive up. It's not that long not that far from you. Probably only 3/4 of an hour further than going to All England. Greg and Ed, the pond professor, in Selcoy, evening all. Hi, Vince, Daz. Hello. Evening, Steph. Hello, Twisted.
Hi, Steph. Is Steph watching?
I think and I see that he did this. He posted the evening Steph last time when Incel posted last time. Is Incel Koi Steph does, or are you saying hello, Steph?
No, I have no idea.
I don't either, but yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, there you go. Yes, I am. Incel Koi is
That's it's not my wife then.
And we all thought that Mick were talking to Steph last week, but he wasn't. He was talking to you.
Yeah.
Copy, cupcake, Incel is Steph. Thank you very much. That cleared up a few of them. Right, back to what we were talking about. Just to get, if I don't do this, then I end up with like 500 to read and I get a sore throat. So, as you were, mate, fire away with your next one.
My next one's a pretty one that's been asked before, to be fair. But what's everybody's biggest gripe? That can be with their pond or with the hobby in general. I'm just interested to get what other people may stuff. Yeah,
I've got one thing.
Bacterial issues and parasites are my biggest gripe.
Wife and 3 kids are mine.
Yeah. Believe it or not, I'm not being an arsehole. Is people. People are the biggest arseholes in this. It's this I bet.
Yeah.
So that's what I've got to say.
How patty it could all be.
All pretentious. It's not nasty. It's just pretentious.
Yeah.
And a bit petty. And we're not like I say, we're not like that. We don't do none of that kind of pettiness and pretentiousness. We're all here to learn. We're all enjoying ourselves. So what if it's takes time to suggest things and talk about things and stuff like that. We're in no rush, are we? We're just enjoying the evening.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you hadn't noticed, I do, obviously. I want people to enjoy what they're watching. But I've got no gripes and no problem with you two sitting there and talking for the rest of the evening about your filter system. Me, I think it's interesting. We sit and talk like this, Alex, every night a week.
Every day.
We talk to each other. Daz turned around and came on today. We were talking. I were at work. Daz were at work. We had a quick natter for half an hour. Come back. Still, some of them still in chat talking, and we just talk about this type of stuff. Not always this type of stuff, just general chats between us as friends. But equally minded people getting together and having a good old chinwag and a good natter about it and learning stuff from each other. And don't get me wrong, I ain't going to lie to you. We do disagree and we do have points where we think, nah, you're talking out your bum. No, I'm not. No, and we'll Google war each other till we prove one another wrong or right. And then afterwards, we're like, you were right, I was wrong. What a dickhead kind of thing. And just, move on. And I just wish a lot of people that were out there that doing all this kind of stuff could do the same. You have a spat, it's done.
Yeah.
Put it to bed. Move on.
Yeah.
If you were right, you were right. If you were wrong, you were wrong.
Yeah. And that's it. That's the only downside to it. And I think it's putting a lot of newer hobbyists and newer people to come into it.
It puts a lot of people. You only have to watch, right? I'll give you an example. You only have to watch. Go out there this evening, tomorrow, weekend, whatever. Watch all these YouTube videos. All the videos of people out there that have done the koi visits to the shows. You'll see so many people in the background that are pointing and going, "Oh, that's so and so, so and so, so and so, so and so." A lot of them won't be approached, or don't get approached, or those people won't approach you, and there's got to be a reason behind that.
Yeah.
It's because of all the animosity that's been going on in and around everybody, and all the backbiting that's been going on between all the communities and the people and the areas and the different people that have had different agreements with this, that, or other. Or is it just people that don't want to approach because they don't want to look stupid and don't want to come out thinking like, oh, is he going to think I'm a fanboy now because I've done that? But what I want to see is people coming up to everybody and talking to everyone, whether you're a YouTuber or just talking amongst yourselves in any way, shape, or form about it all, about whatever there is, and learning from it.
The most by doing that, by talking to other people.
Yeah,
forget your Google and all that. It's proper experience.
Yeah, that's it. And it's not enough talking and debating about the hobby. It's all hush. Whatever somebody else knows, it's shh.
Well, exactly that. Like what Skeggy's just saying there. Look,
that was brilliant.
Biggest gripe is a true way people who can't. Is true way people can't think outside the box. I agree, Mick.
Yeah,
100%. And then he's put like.
It's sad.
Actually should have put that. Gaz is gonna read it out. There you go. Life around the koi pond. Why don't you think the Japs use mainly salt and PP? Exactly. I mean, Skeggy, I know you brought it up on a video the other week, mate, but I've been screaming about salt since the day I started my pond. So many people have turned around and gone, "Oh, you use salt? You do this, that, you do that?" Yeah, I use salt. I've never had ulcers.
Yeah.
I've never had parasites until I bought them with the fish that I got.
Yeah,
I swear by it. I really do think that's what's kept my pond parasite free and my fish healthy and fish happy. I do have a lot of fish in my pond for a small pond. Technically, I should be bursting at the seams with all sorts of problems, but I'm not.
How big is yours, Gaz, again?
4,000
that is.
4,000 litres. Yeah. About 4,000 litres.
Yeah.
4,000 litres now, mate, with a bigger new, including my filter system. So it's not big, mate.
Yeah.
Not at all. I want it big.
It's one pretty. It's one pretty amazing looking pond. I love it.
And again,
you see it on the video. You see it on the video. Go and have a look if you ever can. It does. You don't do it justice. It's all garden. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I think what I like about yours, Gaz, is some ponds that I've seen absolutely dominate the garden.
Yeah,
I don't mean that I'm saying that yours is small. That's not what I'm saying at all. I mean that
it fits in
perfectly. Yeah, correct. It suits the garden. It's not
the
overpowering.
It's a puddle.
Perfect. Yeah.
the bit what we did is when I made the pond, I did what everybody always says: bang an hose pipe out. So we banged an hose pipe out on the floor and got an idea and thought, that's too small, a bit bigger. And then my daughter walked over and kicked it in the middle and went, "Oh, make a bee." So it's in the shape of a bee. And my daughter being Beth, and she was joking, "Oh, make a bee." So we did. But the size of the shape, once we got the shape of what we're going to do, I'll call it a kidney bean shape or
kidney.
A bee shape. But the reason being is when we looked from the bedroom window, you could quite clearly see it was a bee that were on the floor. That's what we went for. When I outlined it round with the Yorkshire stone, now it's all grown in a little bit. You can't really see that on the blue slate around it. But the size that I went with was to keep it in proportion with the garden, as you said. So that I still had some lawn, but I think I could go that little bit bigger without still losing that by taking it a little bit closer towards the shed, a couple of foot further out and a couple of foot longer, and I think maybe a foot deeper. And I still get to maintain that. And the bonus plus bit would be a little bit less grass to cut.
Yeah.
How deep is yours then, Gaz? Sorry.
It's just over 2.5 foot in depth.
Is it? Yeah.
2.5, 3 foot, just under. I think it's 30 inch exactly.
Yeah.
Which is 36 inch in it for 3 foot. So
is that the same all the way around, or is the shelves or anything?
It goes from where the big reeds grow out. That's 30 inch. At the deep end, it might go to about 34 inch there. That's where the great big piece of Yorkshire stone was. When I ended up taking that piece of Yorkshire stone out, it ended up being nearly 5 inches thick. So it went and dropped off. And if I'm truthful, I couldn't be asked about fill it or bring it all out to that level because I hit clay at that point. That's why it was hard to get it out. So I just blended it to that side. So it's slightly deeper there than it is overhead.
Yeah.
But the one bit I'm annoyed about is the back bit by the fences. Because it's not level, and it don't run flat, and that bit pees me off every time I see it. It really does frustrate me because you can see there's more line on one side than what there is at the other side. And when I naturally fill up my whole garden is like that. It's
mine is.
That's the difficult bit to build a flat pond on a not flat surface.
Yeah,
I mean, it's difficult, but then you're going to have a 2 course at one side and 1 course at other. It's always going to look like it's not level, even though it truly is level. It's not going to look it. It's always going to have that look of an appearance of being slightly deeper somewhere than the other, which is the other way is to bring it up at the other side, and I'm going to be raised out of garden, which don't look natural.
Nah.
Yeah.
And that's what I was struggling with to get the inspiration for the garden, and because it's raised out of the garden, it's raised out of the ground.
Square doesn't do it, does it? Square's not natural, is it?
Nah. That's what I say.
I don't mean that nasty, but
things
like squares and all that kind of fun, but it's not natural. Squares aren't natural, are they?
No,
I mean, they are occasionally in nature, but majority of things is sweeping curves and bends. It's not.
Yeah, that's it. It just looks like a box just sat there, and it's okay, but it's nothing. I don't think it's anything special.
Is yours partially raised then, Nick? Did you say?
Yeah, mine's about 3 foot out, 2 foot, 2.5 foot out the ground, and then 2.5 foot in the ground. Yeah, like I say, 4 foot at one end, and it goes down to about 5 foot.
Okay.
This is Graves Taylor's bigger gripe. People who claim to have koi for over 20, 25 years and claim they hardly feed them, clean filters once a month, never test water, top pond straight from a tap, and never had a single problem. The problem is, mate, is they've never had a single problem because they never pay any attention to the problems, and they probably just disappear before they've even known they had a problem.
Yeah.
Mm.
We got Life Around the Koi Point says, good point, Daz. Graham, I ran a pond like that for 25 years. Agree with Kat, we can learn if we don't ask. That's
it. That's it, mate.
Yeah.
And like I say, guys, can you give him a shout out as well? Let's see if we can get.
Yeah, 100%. Actually, let's see. I should be able to. 1 second. We'll go back to this one. Pause that so it doesn't start playing, because I don't want to hear that feedback from that. And I should be able to post. It says, go to channel. Sorry, telling you all what I'm really doing, but I don't really know how to do it. I would, if you guys out there could do me a huge favor, as well as for Alex too, could you please swing by Let's Koi's channel and give him a couple of subs, guys, and let's see if we can get them both up a few more. I know I'm not a big channel in any way, shape or form, but if I can ask for friends and other YouTubers out there to help them try and get up a little bit, you know.
I'll be going, Alex, and I think I might be already anyway, but I'll be after this, Alex. I'll be straight on.
Thank you, mate.
Agreed, we can learn if we don't ask the question. Graham says, Twisted Coy says, Graham, I never test and top up straight from the tap. I do too, Vince.
Me too. Yeah.
Oh, you savages.
I feed them loads. Yeah.
We don't drink our pond water though, Mick.
Oh,
Japan used,
it's just tap water, isn't it? What I'm drinking.
Yeah.
So
Steph says, now we know what Steph is.
Nice.
Steph says Japanese use extremely high doses of PP. Amazing how many people say it can't be done. Vince? Do you mean by the straight tap water? Can't be done, shouldn't be done, kills this, kills that, kills the other, does this, does that. Is that what you mean?
Depends on your tap, though, doesn't it? How much chlorine?
Again, yeah, it does. But I've done it. Right, well, yeah, actually, the truth shall set me free. I don't use the chlorinator.
I never use
it on my tropical fish tanks. Don't use it on my pond. I have used it whilst I had a bottle. Now that bottle's expired and run out. Well, not expired, but run out. I don't use it. I don't use the chlorinator. I think this is the thing that does my titting with ponds and pond keepers and YouTubers and everybody else. One guy does one thing and everybody follows suit. Everybody else copies and does the same thing. And there's video after video after video, changing filters, using this, changing for that, changing to this. Be original, guys, man. Get out there and put some of your own goddamn content out. Stop doing what everybody else does. I mean, it surprised me just how many people out there in YouTube, the land of YouTube, that all got parasites. Did you really? Did you really get those parasites, or are you just getting parasite content out? I'm not saying you were. I'm asking a question.
Yeah.
I don't see as how these parasites are as bad as what they are. When there's 2 ponds in my area, both my dad's and mine, and I've tested my dad's and I've tested mine, and my mates don't have them. The only time we do seem to get them is when we buy something and bring them in.
Yeah.
But a lot of people seem to get parasites, especially YouTubers. I can't see as every pond keeper out there gets them that often, that much. Our local food store.
These flukes, and that's from the damn birds, I assume.
Yeah, which is understandable. You know, that anything that can get into your watercourse via somewhere else, you can't prevent.
Yeah.
But I do.
I've got a question for Alex.
When you watch a video and you think, oh, well, so-and-so's got flukes. Wow, he's got parasites. And then next 3 or 4 days, everybody's got parasites. Now, is it the fact that you've actually got parasites, or the fact that you haven't been checking to see if you had parasites and you realise by watching somebody else's video that they had parasites, that you run outside and do a scrape and a test and your fish has got parasites? Yeah. Is it something that prompts you to do it? Because likelihood is, truth be told, guys, there isn't hardly a pond out there that hasn't got parasites in it. And everyone says that they have.
Yeah.
Talking on their ass.
Never all kinds of other things that people don't even know that live in the water.
Yeah, there's stuff that live with your fish in perfect harmony and fish aren't bothered by them, because it's not until they get to mass numbers that they become irritable enough to piss the fish off.
Yeah.
I mean,
in my opinion.
I've got a question to ask Alex, but I've got a question to ask you, all of you.
Yeah.
A year ago, have you ever heard of Virkon?
Not really.
No.
Oh.
No, I hadn't. And to be honest, this is my first koi pond, but I've been keeping fish. I've had marines, discus, angel. I had most tropicals. Obviously, started with goldfish, and I can't remember what channel I actually saw it on, but it was on a YouTuber's channel. I can't actually remember whose it was, to be fair, but yeah, I'd not heard of it before.
Yeah. In the last 3 months, Virkon sales must have gone.
Yeah. And it's all thanks to YouTubers, majority of it, because people are using Virkon. But Skeggy posted something very interesting.
Very interesting, yeah.
Very interesting. If you read that little leaflet or the leaflet on it, it doesn't even do half the stuff it's claiming to do. It doesn't do anything for your fish whatsoever at all. It just treats the water, not the fish. It doesn't do anything for your fish, just the water.
Well, thanks for that, Skeggy. It was really interesting.
And I apologise, mate. I should have left a comment, and I will go back and leave a comment, because that was very interesting. Nobody else will put any of that info out there, and it certainly ain't on any of the package when you get it. But it was a real interesting read, mate, and I appreciate that. info being stuck out.
Yeah,
That actually
of course.
makes sense. Instead of just saying, "Oh, I use Virkon and it's everything, and my fish are amazing since." No, they're not. They're not.
No.
They're just as amazing as what they were before. Your water's now amazing. Your fish were just the same because it doesn't treat your fish. If I'm right, and that's how I read it. That's how you read it.
Yeah. That's how I read it. It does not treat koi.
I haven't read it. I didn't get the memo.
I'll show you after this does. I'll let you have a read it.
The statement were, this does not treat koi. It is a water treatment.
This is a water treatment only. It does not treat fish. It just treats koi.
Yeah, Gaz, if you've got that, Gaz, would you mind sending me that on Facebook or something? I wouldn't mind reading that.
Well, it's definitely. I mean, it's 100%.
Have a look at
Skeggy's Pond. It's on his channel, mate.
Oh, it's on his chat. Yeah, okay, yeah. I'll do that.
He screenshot it and paused it so you can sit. Well, you can pause it yourself and sit there and read through the whole lot, so you can read it. Really interesting.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And like I say, have you heard of Skeggy's Koi Pond before?
To be fair, there's some channels that have been flicking up tonight that I've not heard of. I'm going to subscribe to Skeggy and that Hertz Koi or Hearts Koi or whatever it is as well.
If you don't mind me, Skeggy, he owns his own business, own shop, koi retail stuff. Check his shop out as well. Like I say, he sells multiple things online and stuff.
Oh, nice.
So it's well worth it for you to track. Because like he said on his last video, if you need something in a rush, he will do the best at the time.
You can't say any more genuine than when you're stuck for a pump, he jumps in his car and he delivers it to his house because he couldn't get it there quick enough for Sunday for one of his customers, which is Jamie. And he drove it to his house for him. I mean, all right, they've got a pond visit out and they had a bit of a natter as well, but I mean, that's not everyday kind of treatment.
Nothing's ever too much problem for him, is it?
Vince, you actually do clean your filters and you do feed. Thumbs up, cupcake. LOL, right, Graham. Graham Taylor, my pond is similar shape to Gaz's, but slightly smaller at 3,500 litres. Has a waterfall at the end and lots of planting around, and it looks natural as old, mate, doesn't it? I'm going to need to take a look at that. You've been copying my pond. And the next one in there is a link to Hertz's Koi channel.
Well,
Hertz's Koi channel, I mean, by that. Mine is a trickle thread through a big blue. Had mine set up for the last 8 years. Suits me. Now then, have you been using the same trickle in and out for 8 years? Right, you might want to change that. All the joking, Steph. Mad. How is he? We're on first name terms now. Oh, you are. Life around the koi pond. I could do that with. Life around the koi pond. I could do with a few subs as well. Listen, guys, if there's anybody on here that would want to or does want to, wants a little mention, wants a little shout, wants to come on and have a chat, push your own little channel forward. I couldn't care less if you all get to 1,000 before me. If I've been there and I can help and I can do a little bit, that's what communities do. Help each other.
Yeah.
So if anybody else wants to come on, weeks up and coming, and have a sit here like Alex and like Brett and Amanda did, feel free. Jump on, come in, have a chat, have a natter with us. Feel free to fill in some of these empty spaces. We can have up to 6 people on at once while we've got it running as it is. Yorkshire Koi. What causes swim bladder disease? It can be a few things, mate. It can be, especially in fancy goldfish, technically, mate, that's normally caused by the dodgy breeding. And by dodgy breeding, I mean squashing fish into fancy, funny shapes ain't good for the natural swim bladders.
And surface feeding as well.
And surface feeding.
Surface eating is not good for fish. As they come up and go up in air, it can cause problems for their swim bladder. So,
Isn't swim bladder disease caused by a bacterial infection to start with? Internally?
I don't know for definite, mate. I do know, like, it's common.
A bit like gastroenteritis.
Yeah. I believe it's
Sorry, mate.
Yes.
Sorry.
Because I believe it's something to do with the the digestive tract as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sorry. I didn't have a bottle opener, so I used a torch.
Because like I say, koi don't have a stomach, so it's nothing to do with like the. Yeah, like I say, I do think it's to do with the digestive tract, and it does get an infection. But I don't know how it would work in koi's if you tried feeding peas.
That's what they say. Yeah, that's one of the remedies. But
because what's it called? It makes them poop like a trooper, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But have you ever tried feeding peas to the one that you want to eat them?
Yeah.
So you want to eat them doesn't want to eat them, and everything else does, which is not a bad thing. But trying to get them down the one that's feeling sorry for itself, floating upside down in the bottom of the pond, it's hard. It is. It's really hard. Yeah. Well, I've tried it. I mean, I've even shelled peas, and I've even given them, popped them in there, kind of thing, and said, "Yeah, you're having that. Eat it."
Yeah.
And it's quite difficult because when you put them back in water, they just go, and it all comes back out again. You think,
as a last resort, you can syringe the air out, but you've got to know exactly what you're doing and where you're sticking the needle.
I've seen a video of a vet doing that, but the vet actually says the likelihood is it will return. So once the fish has got it, it's normally an issue, or it's normally something it's had throughout its lifetime before you've got it as well, before you've picked it up. So it's probably been cured or got better and then gone back. But shallower water is good for a fish with swim bladder. Because
I was just going to say that, Gaz, actually, because I was reading on. I mean, not that you should take anything that you hear on Facebook as gospel anyway, but I saw on Facebook that somebody was planning on doing a pond, long story short, and it was wanting to go like 7 to 8 foot deep. And I do distinctly remember one of the comments saying, "Oh, it's probably better to hover around the 4 or 5 foot mark."
Yeah,
because any deeper he didn't say it causes it, but it can contribute it with the extra depth, and it's probably got something to do with the pressure as well, I would have thought.
We found that out in Japan, didn't they? Because a lot of their mud lakes mud ponds were really deep, and a lot of them were experiencing swim bladder trouble. So they dropped them to no more than like 4 and 5 foot deep, or backfill to more than 4 or 5 foot deep, and it stopped, didn't it? So
did nothing to the size of the fish.
I mean, I'm sure it's 10 to 12 inches deep for fancy goldfish. I mean, I'm treating a fancy goldfish at the moment.
How's it doing, Nick? Is it still doing all right?
It's a lot better than it is. It's feeding.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
I agree with that one too, Skegger. Another annoyance is people treating their ponds when they scrape 10 fish and found 1 fluke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love the homemade filter videos.
Yeah.
I love the homemade filter videos too. I enjoyed making them.
Yeah.
Like I said, some people give me a bit of earache for them. Yeah, all right, whatever. But at the end of the day, there was 8,000 plus people that really enjoyed watching them. So that'll do for me.
Yeah.
Are you going to jump on? Skeggy, with us? Tell us what you've been up to and everything, mate. It's been nice to have you on.
Steph says, yes, been using Vercom for years. You've enjoyed treating your water with it for years then, Steph. And what are the bonuses that you've found from using it, Steph, if you don't mind me asking? If you've been using it for years, to me, it's something that's in the last 8 to 12 months has become a big thing on the YouTube scene, in a sense.
Yeah.
In UK, but is Steph not in the UK?
Yeah. Used Vercon Aquatics over a decade ago.
Yeah, he said that.
That's just because you're rich. Again, you old people do things. Lots. It's going to give me some crap.
I think people think it's some kind of miracle cure, though, don't they, nowadays?
There you go. There's nothing for the koi, just good husbandry.
Yeah, but surely it's just wiping out your bacteria all the time.
Wifeandry. Because lady, it's not husbandry, is it?
No.
Is the
I feel like it's a little bit of a placebo effect.
Yes.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
If it makes the water better, that's got to be good for your fish because they're living in a better environment. That in itself. But the bit I don't understand about it, right, is if it does annihilate bacteria, then how are you doing good husbandry when you're annihilating all your good bacteria too? Because it don't go, oh, yeah, I'll just attack the bad stuff. It kills all of it.
Yeah.
Basically, every time you put that in.
It's non-discriminate. It's non-discriminate, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, am I wrong? I don't know. Question. It's fair to share the proper info on it. It is, mate. Yeah, 100%.
It is, mate.
I found it really interesting, mate, to read that. Made me think. I like. Vercon does nothing for the koi. Just, yeah. Well, that just loop, or did I just click that again? Sorry, I did. Had my pond 5 years. Every day I get invaded with birds bathing in the waterfall, yet only really had flukes once last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeff,
somehow managed to get him a goldfish.
Get lost, Jeff. You know, that is. If Marie says I can, that's because Jeff were up here over there and you were talking about you making your pond bigger, guys. And Marie just went, Jeff, shut up. Oh, well, but so how big is it going then? And she goes, Jeff, you're as bad as the rest of them. Just don't mention it. And she started walking up, and he says, "Guess you got to persuade Marie then." Yeah, something like that, Jeff. So if Marie says I can, so she doesn't have to tiptoe around the pond while she's trying to hang her washing out. I even offered to put the washing out, or get one of those that she can just extend out like that, and then rotate it back to her. But that didn't. Can't find AB's koi. Is there a link for you? There is, mate, and I shall redo it right now for you. That's got me now, hasn't it? Damn it. Chat amongst yourselves, guys, and I shall repost AB's link. Look at them.
Yeah,
So
trying to think.
get in there and go. Oh, I'll give you one, right? Well, I get it.
AB, I thought it was Adam Beyer at first. I thought it's got Adam Beyer.
I wish.
Right, guys, I've got one for you, mate.
Yeah.
Garden ponds, plants in and around. What's good? What's not good? What should you have? And what shouldn't you have? That'll get you thinking.
Yeah. I'm off the clock now. That's work talk.
Well, no, because these people. I mean, what would you advise? What would you? Yes.
I would advise my number one go-to plant: water lilies. Every pond should have at least one water lily, and then your marginals. You ideally some flag irises, some miniature bulrush, sedge. Anything like that, because the fish love rummaging around in there. I mean, it's the main thing is to plant them up right. Don't go filling your pots full of soil and just put a little bit of gravel on the top and hoping that the fish won't disturb it, because they will empty it within a couple of days. I mean, the thing is, you don't need a lot of media in the basket. You can fill it just full of rocks. You don't need any organic matter in there, because the plants will take out the nitrates. They don't need soil in the pot to do that. They'll just suck it out the water.
Yeah.
And the roots rock together.
Dad, sorry, mate. How you're just going on about lilies.
Yeah.
I know nothing about pond plants at all, but what's kind of the maximum length of the lily? I don't know what it's called, stalk.
It all depends on the variety, how vigorous they are. You can get miniature ones that will ideal for water sort of 12 to 18 inches deep. Then you can get generally the bigger and more vigorous the variety, the deeper they can go.
Right. So if I put some on the bottom of a 4-foot pond, then would they ever reach the surface, or is that too deep?
Oh, easy.
Yeah, easy.
Would, yeah.
I'd go for something like a white flowered species, because they tend to be pretty much like the wild type.
Okay.
When you get fancy pink and purple and flower ones, they tend to be a bit weaker.
Right. Is there anywhere where you can buy? Because I have looked before. I've kind of brushed with the idea, so to speak. But is there any way where you can buy more established ones that are bigger? Because normally you go to wherever garden centre and they're like this long or whatever.
Yeah,
And
it's a little bit too
it takes like 5 years before it reach the surface, kind of thing. But
yeah.
is there any like places that sell them a bit more ready done?
Not
Or
that I know of, unless you can find a specialist nursery that just deals in water lilies, then you'll probably get some decent established ones.
yeah,
But you're gonna have to travel some serious miles to find anywhere like that.
yeah, okay.
Right then, got the next one for you, Daz. Because I know this is not the clock. This is not you at work. This is something else I know you're interested in. All right, insects.
Oh yeah.
And all the such that are inside ponds. Good ones that we should have or we would rather encourage, and ones that we don't really want at all.
There's no insects that are harmful as such to your pond, unless you're keeping very small fish fry in there. Then there's a whole host of things that will try and eat them.
Well, for example, somebody like Darby Coy that's now got some grown fry in his pond.
Yeah, well, straight away.
What kind of ones would you not want in there with your?
You wouldn't want dragonfly larvae, damselfly larvae, mayfly larvae, even water boatmen, pond skaters, great diving water beetles. All of those will predate heavily on your fry.
Wow, there's quite a fair few in there.
Yeah, there's an awful lot out there that wants to eat your fish.
When I knew dragonfly larvae and damselfly, because they're very similar, but the dragonfly, they're quite big, aren't they? I was surprised.
Oh,
and they look, when we saw them down at Jack's Coil Lake, they're ugly bugs. They look like some out of Alien, don't they? They
exactly.
do.
They've even got the same mouth.
Their mouth where it fires out.
Kind of shoots out, grabs the prey, pulls it back in, and then they eat it. It's like a secondary mouth. Weird.
Well, Marie caught one, didn't she, on a piece of string and a little bit of bread?
In fact, there was stuff down there at his lake that I'd never even seen before. Water measurers, water stick insects, water scorpions. Those are all pretty rare creatures to find nowadays. And again, they're all predatory.
So all those would predate on any form of young.
Yeah.
Any types that you could or would want to encourage into your pond?
If you've got bigger fish, then any insects are good in your pond because your fish will eat them. They're all a food source.
So they leave and eat stuff. Well, I mean, yeah, obviously they probably will do.
Except things like leeches and stuff like that, and fish lice. You don't want them in your pond. But
my dad had leeches.
Bloodworms are the number one sort of food for fish.
Yeah.
And you can tell that because you never find them in your pond because the fish are always at them.
Yeah,
you find them in your filter, but never in your pond.
I've got a question, Tess, as well.
Yeah, I'm just going to bring up your question and see what you thought to it.
When I clean my filter box out, I found one piece of cress growing.
Oh, yeah.
Where does the cress come from? Where did it come from?
What was this watercress? Proper watercress?
It was a proper white stalk with a bright green leaf on it.
That could have been anything, to be honest. It'd just be a random seedling from any seed that's dropped in the water and gone into your filter. It doesn't necessarily mean it's cress.
It would turn into a great big sycamore if you left it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now then, we've got one topic, in fact, we've two left that I would like to discuss. And ones I think are quite appropriate for what's up and coming and what's in and around right now. Koi fish and sunburn.
Okay.
What's your points? What's your things? What do you think about it? But before we go on to that kind of question, I'll flick through some of these and see if we can. Pond Life said he couldn't find your channel. I've stuck a link in Pond Life. Have a quick look, mate. It should be down a bit from what I can see on my screen now. Graham says it's pigeons that mainly carry parasites.
Yeah.
I'm yet to find any proof of that one at all. I'm not saying it is, but I've tried to find out if pigeons.
I've heard that it's pigeons mainly.
Now, what we're talking, wood pigeons or the everyday rats with wings that have, come from your everyday racing pigeons, as everybody seems to hate them so much.
Right.
I know, for example, my dad's kept racing pigeons, and he's kept them for 20 plus years, and I can guarantee you, none of my dad's pigeons had any form of parasites like that.
Does he treat them with anything? Everyone I know that keeps birds, they treat them with Vanadine. I'm sure there's another thing like Virkon that they use on them. Red mites.
Like a dusting.
My dad used to PP baths. All his pigeons had PP baths. He used to put 2 scoops of PP in a big water bath, and birds used to get in there and dust off and bush, and clean themselves and wash themselves off in it. And that used to keep all there. I mean, parasites that birds have are mites, like dust mites and feather mites. Not so much that I know. Anyway.
I think that's a bullshit statement of the week. How can a waterborne parasite live on a dry animal?
Internally.
It's internally and it's in its gut.
Internally.
Why does it live externally on a dry then?
But flukes, trick. No, not trick, because trick's not a parasite.
A lot of flukes
and stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't go with
amphibians. I think it's frogs, newts.
Well, funnily enough, I was talking to a guy the other day, a koi guy. He was a dealer, and he says, if you ever doubt the fact that frogs carry parasites, do a scrape on a frog on its skin and have a look under the microscope, and he says you will be absolutely amazed with the amount of parasites on a frog. Yeah. So I've not got a frog to hand, but the next time I find one, I'm going to try it.
Yeah, that's great. I don't understand how a parasite that's living internally inside a pigeon, coming from a pigeon's poop, can then also exist and live on a fish underwater.
Yeah, but lots of these things have life cycles. It's like this one, I think that's a fluke that lives inside snails, and it goes into the eyes, and it makes the eyes pulsate, makes the snail climb to the top of a branch.
It's like an hypnotic thing.
Yeah,
but does that necessarily mean that fluke can then exist and live on a koi? Does it?
No, because that then is ingested by a bird. A bird sees a snail with its eyes.
So it's the
it's a snail. The fluke lives inside the bird, so that they can sort of travel from species to species.
And then when they drop a turd into your pond, it's released into your pond, and the cycle then starts eating on your fish.
Yeah. I mean, there's a massive amount of flukes. You get liver flukes. They're a big problem in pigs and I think cattle, sheep. A lot of those animals, and they like tunnel through the liver, and in high numbers, it can cause death of the animal.
Yeah, I'm Steph. I'm not for 1 minute saying you're not right. Or I would just like. I mean, I'd love to see kind of documentary on that to see if that is.
The David Attenborough one on the flukes.
Yeah, I've seen that one on the snail one. I've seen that, but I didn't know whether or not how that relates back to koi and getting it in. But if it does, all I will say to you guys,
if you can jump from a snail to a bird, I'm sure that a fish to a bird or a bird to a fish is quite feasible.
Well, I know my fish, but me and Kyle found out over there that my fish are quite partial to the odd snail or two.
Yeah.
Somehow one managed to get under my net and into my pond and left its house behind, and there were no more snails. So I could end up with parasites then. That'll be fun. You put out a parasite treatment like everybody else. Yay!
Gaz, where your pond being quite low level like mine, do you find that you suffer with slugs as well? Because I've heard that they're quite a bit of a breeding ground for parasites as well.
I do get a hell of a lot of slugs around my area, mate, as well. Yeah, but I very rarely find them in the pond, and now I don't know if that's because they eat them beforehand, but I don't ever see them. No, but I do get loads in the garden. But see, I found when the slugs are around, there's no snails. When the snails are around, there's no slugs. But the last time I found a lot of one or the other, I picked them up and launched them.
Yeah. See, I never had problems with flukes. until I had put a load of pots of oysters around the pond. And I think that's acted as a bloody mollusk magnet. They've all come to eat the oysters and fell in the pond and passed on to me fish.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think. I do think it's mainly amphibians.
Yeah.
That been
Life says that would make sense. We had flukes months ago, and we got pigeons in our garden pond. The one thing that I can't do, or birds can't do, in my pond, is get to it to bathe. Now, in the past, I did have a bird bath.
So I just remembered something that happened. A little goldfinch landed on the electric fence, and it nearly fell off its perch.
But yeah, see, I mean, yeah, I don't get them being out of bathe in pond because the net's over top. I think it's a combination of things for me. Snails can't get in unless they climb in right front back and get through a little gap, which I will be blocking back up again. I moved it to get a pipe in, and I need to put the stone back in there. Other than having that stone there, I've never had snails in pond before, so I'll put that back where it were, and hopefully that'll stop snails being able to get back in because the shells are too big to get through the gap in the netting.
Yeah,
but slugs, I don't know. I mean, see, I've always done it. When I found a big worm, if I lifted up a stone and found a big worm, it goes straight in. I just like watching carp just slurping up and watch.
Apparently, even worms carry parasites.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Even worms brings parasites too. So I haven't done that since somebody said that last time. Then we've got a no, LOL. Life around the koi pond. I subbed. There you go. Evening, Jeff. Hee, Copsy's koi. Pond life. Steph, get pigeons in the garden too. Come and drink from the waterfall. As long as they don't shit in it, I suppose it don't matter if they're drinking from it. But yeah, I suppose if you're encouraging them in, they're going to do one or other. Evening Skeggy from Jeff. Yes. Yorkshire koi. I'm having to put down a fancy goldfish. Sad days. Yeah, it is. Mate. Never nice to have to. I think I might have to do the same, mate. Unless it's too big to bring indoors. Well, it's not.
Yorkshire koi. Are you talking about because it's got swim bladder issue?
Yeah, I think so, mate. Me too, Mike. Right. Whatever Jeff says. I'm earning my tea at the min, Mick.
All right, mate. I'll say more welcome to pop on after if you want to, mate.
Gary Webb says it's shite, so it must be. I'm guessing we're referring to Virkon. It's definitely not a placebo. It has an effect on viruses and bacteria in the water. The reason it doesn't knock the filters is because the biomass is so strong on the media. Oh, hang about. There's the true one. I'm sorry, but I got to disagree with that one. If it's good enough to get rid of bacteria in that mass of water, I'm sure as hell think he's going to get rid of it in that 100-litre tank. But I might be wrong. I doubt it. But you never know. Stranger things have happened. Godskeg, come back with a revengeance attack. I just like to give him one once a week, and he knows he gets one once a week. It's just a giggle. Do you know how long the life cycle of your filter bacteria is?
It's pretty quick, I think.
But I bet I know a man who owns a pond supplying company that does.
I'm sure it's a matter of days or something. It doesn't last.
You have to call his vendor.
48 hours or something daft like that. The bacteria dies off, kicks in and restarts and all that lot. LOL, Graham. Gary Webb says Virkon is shite, so it must be. I knew that's what you were referring to. There's the link for Alex's channel. Lots of irises and water lilies. Yeah, irises are really good for taking out nitrates and nitrates.
They are
very thirsty plants as well.
They really do like to enjoy that stuff. thought this week this was safe space from that name.
It is, mate. It is.
We can all have a good laugh at Dickon every now and again if we mention it. LOL, Graham. Use heavy gravel.
What, for pond baskets?
Use
No,
heavy
they
gravel.
just pick them out. Just pick it whatever they want.
I've honestly seen my koi sucking up massive, great big pieces of slate, trying to get to the roots of my thing, to the point where I had to wedge them into baskets so that the tips of them were stuck slightly, into the plastic to get them wedged in.
If you're having loads of problems with the fish getting all the gravel out and that, I mean, I don't know if anyone can get hold of this stuff, but I've got tons of it. Plastic grass. I got a load of offcuts. Just cut a piece to fit inside the top of the pot and put a couple of zip ties to hold it down. Cut a hole where your stems come through. Job done. The fish won't be able to rip that out.
Yeah. Gaz.
It looks good as well.
Sorry, Gaz. Sorry.
Yeah.
What is that? Is it baroque pressure?
Yes, you mean for the swim bladder?
For the swim bladder.
Yeah.
If you can, Yorkshire Koi, if you can.
Look at that comment. Sorry.
Take the pressure off. The atmospheric pressure on the fish. Put it into a smaller tank if you can. Shallower, the better. And that may help it.
Salt and heat. Well, that.
This will help it. Take it out of your
salts.
Look at it like this. Oh, little fella, I'm so sorry, mate. That's not out its swim bladder problem, mate. It won't have a swim bladder problem anymore then, and it won't have to sit around rubbing its belly sore with ulcers and floating upside down.
Bloody good job you never got a job as a doctor or a surgeon.
You've all tried it. You're still messing around with the same fish that you've been trying with for a week, and it ain't no better. It still goes every now and again upside down and looks at you like as if to say, God damn it, I'm upside down again. I'm not a fish. I'm a...
Shit, isn't there? Hey, look at you see him now. Is there? I throw a bit of food in, he comes and eats everything.
It's
He's happy.
Captain Koi says, just subbed Mucker, so that's another one. Would you like me to do a quick refresh on your page, mate? See how many people are actually telling truth. Oh,
how many did you start off with?
79, so there's a fair few subs there, mate. You've gone up a good 7 or 8, maybe 9, I think.
Nice. Thank you, everybody. 2
feet is idea. Sketchy.
Ideal.
This dude will give you a run for your money. 2 feet.
What for?
Is ideal. 2 foot deep, you mean? I've had lilies grow 4 feet and some. Yeah, skeggy. My local fishing pond had a little bit of an area where there was like 4 or 5 good clusters of lily pads in them all, and the maximum depth at that point was 6 foot, and those lilies grew from 6 foot every year they came up, and they were small padded lilies as well, and they don't normally grow that long, but I think they will definitely get that depth if your fish don't nail them before they get there. Pond Life says subbed as well.
Thanks, mate.
Pond supply shops. Yeah. Pond supply shops for your lilies. There are specialist places where you can get proper, plants and such for your ponds and everything. So you would find. To be fair, mate, I went to my local. Now, my local just has a deeper tank for lilies in, and I just bought deep water lilies, and they grew to the surface.
To be fair, Maidenhead Aquatics normally stock them if you've got one near you.
What's that, Dad? Sorry?
Maidenhead Aquatics.
Yeah, there is one,
Yeah.
Life Around the Koi Pond says, my large orange and white koi female koi is bulging with eggs. Can you encourage the female to spawn?
Yep. You can turn the males and females on. Yeah.
If you can encourage them to spawn, you can. And actually, yesterday was blood moon, was it, Daz?
Yeah, blood moon, full moon.
So the most likely time for that fish to be spawning will be either this
Time
evening
will
or
be tonight
tomorrow
or
evening.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's normally 1 to 2
Have
days
you-
after a super moon or full moon.
Yeah. Have you got a hose pipe? If you want to do it, have you got a hose pipe? If you've got a hose pipe, sprinkle cool misted water over your pond. It'll set them
So
off.
it's like it's having a good rain shower.
Yeah. And
You've
got that spawning bushes.
some into it.
Yeah. And the other thing is keep the males and females separate. But I mean, it's a bit late now for that. But if you're anticipating it in, say, a fortnight's time, separate your males and your females. So that makes them super horny.
Yeah. And the other one is actually getting chased around your pond a heck of a lot. That's the males that are trying to get her ready for going and spawning as well.
Yeah.
And they really do drive them. It almost looks like the point of a bit excessive bullying to one fish. When you see a female that's being chased by 15 males, poor lass.
Yeah.
And your line, orange and white koi, is that a kahaku? Or is it a different orange and white koi? Facebook marketplace for established lilies. There you go.
Oh, right.
Yeah, sweet.
And biggest thing I'd say about the breeding, if you've got a paddling pool or something, take them out the pond environment to do it. There's less chance of damage, less chance of bangs and stress.
And just
yes, it will be. We're not going to say it's not going to be stressful for them, but as soon as they finish, you can really take the males and the female out and try to separate them if you can.
And just that change of water from your pond water to another type of water will very often trigger them to spawn.
Yep. Pond Life says we've got irises, marsh marigolds, grasses, and good old bags of watercress from Tesco's. They are doing great. The watercress seems to go nuts, doesn't it? It really does. Yeah. It's growing and growing like crazy. It's taking it out.
It loves poo, nitrate. I mean, I've got a massive clump. It's bursting out of the tank.
Would you eat that watercress after that?
No, not when it's being raised on fish poo.
Well, unfortunately, most of them have been prior to you getting them anyway, because most of his products are all like, your veg and everything that you get from farmers' food, they're all covered in. Yoshko, you can build your own lilies, but it's about the same price as if you was to go to a garden centre with an aquatic centre. How do you build a lily?
Lego
lilies. They never die off. Nitrates go through the roof. When she's ready, live spawning brushes help too, because they see it as a suitable place. Yeah. Like I say, though, if you've got lots of plants in your pond, they're going to go in them before they go to your plastic because it's natural.
Yeah.
My fish bite the flowers off. That's exactly what mine did this time. They bit the flowers off my lilies. And they down on them. And I know which one did it with that yellow Yamabuki Ogon. He's quite partial to a nice flowering lily. I got to see him for a couple of days. When they just getting to the point past the best, he nailed it. I seen him swimming up to it like, have you ever seen like a fish playing tug of war?
Yeah.
Shaking it and pulling back, like backing up with it, trying to pull it. And it eventually got it off. And I ended up with petals all in my pond I had to get out. My little flower, that is. Yeah, I knew what you meant because mine did the same thing. Daz's koi farm. My koi always jumping in the moonlight for midges.
Right.
Mid jumping.
Yeah,
from your pigeons.
Well, could possibly be. I mean, flukes will make them jump out, clear out the water, especially if the gill flukes. So it's worth giving one a scrape just to eliminate that. But yeah, I mean, they will jump out the water for insects, but not very often in a pond environment.
Mine do. Mine. When I get, when you get that hatch on your pond and you see midges everywhere. I went down over a week and I was in the shed and I was stood in the shed and I sat down inside shed just looking out the door and I was throwing pellets out. And as soon as I started throwing all pellets out, I must have splashed a fair few on lilies and all these midges come up. And the second that all midges come up, the fish come up, bang, we're rising for them. I've never seen it. They actually hit the netting.
I'll tell you what mine do. They jump through the lilies to knock the pellets off the lilies.
Yeah. I've seen my fresh through to knock them off, and they've gone on lilies as well.
And then it's always another fish that swoops in and grabs it. It's never the one that's knocked the pellet off.
Steph says, Mick, you've been eating egg cress sandwiches over the pond. LOL. Fluke, Gaz. Wild pigeons. Pigeons carry flukes in the waves. Yeah, I didn't say they didn't. I'd like to see some more. Send me, if anybody's got it, my email is in there, where you've got this information from, with some actual bump behind it, not just Jeff from down the road says what happens.
Wouldn't this be the same with any bird, though, do you think?
Well, that's it to me. If pigeons, that's why I say it's a bullshit statement, mate, right? Because if pigeons
once ever took the time to find out, have they? I mean, you really need to do an autopsy on a pigeon and check out what's in its gut to see if the same kind of flukes do exist in there. But who's going to want to do that?
I know, obviously, pigeons get like a bit of a bad rap, don't they? But I would have thought that if it can be in a pigeon, it can be in a
blackbird or
whatever. Yeah.
Absolutely, and that's the only reason why I'm saying what I'm saying about pigeons carry flukes. Yeah, all right, pigeons carry flukes, but then so does every other bird that predates on everything that pigeon might eat.
I mean, pigeons are purely vegetarian for a start.
Slugs, snails, and what have you, they go for seed, and that's what pigeons do. They're corn-eating birds. They have a crop inside the digestive system, and in that crop, they gather up small pieces of stones, pebbles, and grit, and they grind all those together in the crop, round and round in circles, to crush up the food. And they're seed-eating birds, not meat-eating birds. They won't eat. I mean, you'll see them eating a bit of pastry, throw them at them, but they are not meat eaters, so they don't eat slugs.
Don't eat insects.
Yeah, don't eat insects one bit. So unless they're getting their flukes from your average everyday cornfield, it can out very much. They don't eat worms because they only eat seed. I kind of don't believe the statement until somebody can give me something that says.
Yeah, I'm more inclined to think your blackbirds would carry them than the
pigeons. Because they'll eat anything. You'll see a blackbird tackling a snail, a worm, or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, the only birds I get really that land on my pond are birds of prey, like a kestrel and bloody buzzards and stuff.
But they could be the ones doing it because they eat the pigeons.
Yeah.
No, seriously. If somebody's got any of that info, where you're getting your info from, and where you're getting it with some actual literature behind it, and by that I don't mean just Tim down the road says so, and he's typed it up and put it on Google. I mean some proper literature, a bit of scientific backing and evidence behind it, because I would like to have a read of it. I'm interested, not being sarcastic or funny in any way, shape, or form. I would enjoy the read to see how wide and what.
Yeah, me too.
Because we did an interesting a bit of research this week on evaporation, didn't we?
Yeah, I'll let you. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did two actually. We did two. The ones that we touched on and touched base on was evaporation. Like how much, when does it start? How does it start?
What temperature? What temperature does it have to be?
Yeah.
This is a question I've got to ask Daz and Alex, because we know the answer to it already. But what temperature do you think it has to be for it to start evaporating the pond?
I would have said it's about 10 degrees and above.
Right.
Is it less than that?
Got to be much lower than that.
I already know, so I can't say it. So
4 degrees.
We know the answer, and you're going to think no way, but
5.
No, it's evaporating at all temperatures.
Right. Okay.
Well, yeah. I mean,
it could be -5 out there. It could be -5, -20, and your pond or a body of water is still evaporating.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, just wind blowing will evaporate it.
And what we did, we read a paper from was it Connecticut University, wasn't it, who did the paper on it?
Okay. Obviously, I'm assuming that at 20 degrees, it obviously does a much faster rate.
It must do, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
At boiling point, it would do that as well.
Yeah.
Boiling point, evaporation's a lot quicker. But
Yeah.
you would
Make a
I was surprised to realise that it'll still evaporate down at 20 degrees. Minus 20 degrees, and you still get evaporation.
the higher the temperature, the quicker it is.
yeah.
But you'd have never thought at minus 20 it would evaporate.
Yeah.
And that shocked us, didn't it? And we looked into it and we read
And
the paper.
The other one that we touched on slightly earlier about obviously koi fish or fish and sunburn. Now
we was arguing about this one.
Yeah, this one got a spat going. But there's actually, everybody believes that koi fish can get sunburn, and they can.
Particularly red coloured fish.
Yeah, to an extent. But all fish produce a natural UV blocking agent, and it's in the slime coat, and it's called, what was it called again, mate? What was it?
Grotinoid or something. Grotinol?
It's not carotenoid, is it?
No,
it's something G.
Gadusol.
Gadusol, that's it.
It's called gadusol, and apparently gadusol is a chemical that they thought only certain things, certain fish, or certain.
That's like a treatment for piles, doesn't it?
But there's quite a lot of them that do produce it. All fish do, so much so that there's biochemistry shedding light on the sunscreen in zebrafish. There's actually a thesis being wrote up on it so that you can actually have a read of it all. It's quite interesting. But Mick were like, oh no, they get burned. I'm like, well, they don't. They've got natural, and no, they haven't. Well, yeah, they have. No, they haven't. So we did one of them, and he come back at me with, look.
I just said they got burned.
So I turned around and put one in and said, why can't koi fish get burned? Which came back with a totally different answer. So we're all like, shit. And so we looked at it a little bit more, but there is an element to it, but extensive amounts of heat and water, direct sunlight and not being able to get away.
Just bear with me. I'll get my book on sunburn for koi.
Yes. Many species produce small amounts of melicus that protects them from sun by absorbing harmful ultraviolet radiation.
And the water,
or the zebra contains a cluster of genes that are a set of proteins that make the sunscreen compound gadusol from sedusol or something or other. God, there's some real big words in there, but apparently all fish produce it, but some more than others. So some are more susceptible than others. Yeah, I thought were quite interesting.
Yeah, and even the water movement.
I mean,
helps.
Yeah, if there's flow over the top of the water and it's moving, that breaks the water so that obviously they don't get as burnt. If there's green water or built up tannins and such in it, all prevents lesser amounts of it. Which, again, there's some pretty interesting stuff when you start looking into discussions and.
Well, I think that's why they put pond dye in as well into Gaz.
Yeah,
to put colours into it to protect it from radiation.
Yeah, like black or dark blue or whatever. Yeah,
called HIKUI, HIKUI. HIKUI is a disease that only attacks the skin of koi with red pigmentation, especially Go-Sankey varieties, Kahaku, Showa, and Sankey. It's composed of two elements. He means red, and kui translates as eaten. The HIKUI can simply be described as a disease that eats the red areas of pigmentation on koi. It is widely used to describe several conditions. Although the actual cause could in fact be a number of things, HIKUI is used to describe complaints such as localized minor skin conditions, which can normally be treated using the methods described below. At the other extreme, it could be used to describe complaints such as skin cancer, which require examination by a veterinarian, which is sunburn induced.
Yeah.
It must be said that skin cancer in koi is not widely experienced, although if in doubt, always seek special medical advice. Yeah, blah blah. But yeah, high QE. That's
Sure.
that's the extreme sunburn for koi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It says, like on this one we were reading, in natural settings, fish are likely less to get burned for a multitude of reasons. One, for where the water is usually deeper. It also does a better job at obscuring the rays from suspended solids or discoloration of dissolved organic substances. Usually provides excellent barrier against all UV wavelengths. Some fish actually produce their own natural sunscreen to combat summer rays. Research from the Oregon State University discovered that fish normally produce the compound gadusol, which provides UV protection among many other things. We've known that bacteria, algae, and fungi produce gadusol, and the fish obtained their compound by eating the microorganisms which made them. Made by them. But as a result of the study, we now know that they synthesized the compound on their own. So, of course, as we do, humans, we're now doing some science the hell out of that stuff to see what we can discover if gadusol's pathway in vertebrates provided a platform understanding its roles in the animals and possibility of engineering yeast effectively producing a natural sunscreen antioxidant present in the venue for its large-scale production for possible use in pharmaceutical and cosmetics, meaning soon we may be able to take sunscreen pills hacked from the awesome ability of fish to protect themselves in the sun. Pretty neat. And there's a whole then publication on it, on the natural sunscreen in fish. So there you go. Oh, I thought that was pretty interesting, but
yeah. Well, I've just found a bit more about it here. It says, whatever symptoms your koi exhibit, the problem is caused by a thickening of the overlying epidermal tissue, which may be triggered by a number of factors, the most likely being overexposure to sunlight, resulting in sunburn. Excessive sunlight can trigger tumours of red pigment cells by damaging the cell's DNA.
Yeah.
So, yes, sunburn is a bad thing for koi, especially red koi.
Yeah. Because I was saying last year, Monster got a little bit, and it come up as in like black speckling all over. All over.
We also read that, and sunburn's red, isn't it? Though, whereas the black speckling is the pigmentation within the keratin,
melanin.
Yeah, melanin.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the one. That was melanin. Yeah.
Right. It's like this when we get sunburn, we go brown. I suppose it's the same with the fish that they get black speckling. It's it's their suntan.
Yeah. Quickly go back through these messages again. Fluke scars, wild pigeons. Pigeons carry flukes in the waist. If bird goes to the next door's pond who's had flukes, drinks the pond. Transferring the same with trick, costume, etc., etc. But what happens if he drinks a bit without costume or trick and only has a mouthful of clean water?
Yeah, I don't think costume and trick will be transferred by pigeons.
Also, squirrels and frogs, you're right, Daz.
Right.
Yeah. Still frogs do.
Thank you. I'm not. Honestly, Steph, I'm not for 1 minute saying that it doesn't or that they don't, but I think
we like to see things proven, don't we? This is a thing.
Yeah. I'd like to read up on it. If somebody can find something that would be convincing and forward it, make me to an email. I'd love to have a read of it. That's not me saying that it won't at all, Steph, in any way, shape, or form. I just know pigeons because I've had them in my life for 20 plus years at least. So I know pigeons don't eat slugs. They're a seed-eating bird.
Yeah.
Slugs are one of the worst fluke carriers. Oh yes, Skeggers. Google flukes in wild birds. Scrape a slug, you'll fall over. Mick, he's dripping. Yeah, that's because I made him turn his fan off because all you could hear was.
I am, mate.
And yes, so did that catch us up? Oh my God, no, it didn't. Sorry. It's been swimming inside down and upside down for the same 6 months. Yeah. You've tried all the best things, mate. It's one of those things, mate. I tried one thing. Try raising the temperature and putting it in shallower water, mate, and see if that helps.
Epsom salt. Epsom salt.
Yeah.
Salt, yeah, which is supposed to be successful. If it's not, then
whack it on its head.
Do the right thing, man. Put it out of its misery because it ain't no good.
In some sedate about whack it on the head.
Well, sedate on the head, do whichever you want. At the end of the day, it's going to die. Whichever way you can make it, long drawn out 5-10 minute process or instant.
If I had the choice, I'd rather have a tablet and go to sleep peacefully rather than being clubbed to death.
That's the thing. You don't know if the fish actually finds it peaceful, do you? I mean, I think suffocation is a pretty crap way to go. It won't be where I'd want to go.
No.
If I were to come over to you and say, Daz, I'm going to cover your mouth and nose until you went peacefully, would you go, yes, please, Gaz, I'll go that way. I don't want fish to suffer for a week, then die.
Yeah.
Well, you've let it suffer for 6 weeks, 6 months.
You let it suffer for 6 months. What's another week?
That's another week. You may as well try.
Well, the way to think about it, right, is if that fish has lived for 6 months, it ain't suffering, is it?
No.
Because it's living. Now, it might not look the right way up and all the rest of it. That's the reason why I've kept the one that I've got in the bottom of my pond, because she still looks, she's got good size to her, she's still feeding, she can't move around. She can move around when she wants to, but she drops like a stone through the water when she's done. Now, yeah, it's one of them things. It's do you leave it to remain?
Is it an indoor fish, Paul, or is it an outdoor fish as well?
Mini pond.
At least if you try this one last thing, then you can, conscience clear, you can think, well, I've tried everything. And if that doesn't work, then fair enough.
The average life cycle of filter bacteria is 4 minutes.
Wow.
I'm going to call on that one too, because the average life cycle and the reproduction cycle on bacteria is we said it the other week. We Googled this to find out how often bacteria reproduces, and it was once every 10 minutes.
It multiplies by 2.
Once every 10 minutes. So if they're dying off every 4 minutes, they'd cease to exist. I'm sure it was something like that.
There's different bacteria as well, isn't there?
Yeah.
There's different characteristics of the bacteria and stuff.
But 4 minutes is on short life. Woo! Oh. I mean, I'm gone. I dropped a screw in mine, and one koi took it before I had the chance to get it out, but I didn't find it later. I did find it later. Oops. That must have been, imagine that, passing that.
Made its eyes water, passing that out.
Did you time that, Skegger? I did that in a small tub and it lasted a week. So based that and got the club. So it's quick. It's not a quick send off. It's not quick. Anyway, that's another topic. Now I asked to write me a note. Lily's 2 feet. 2 foot is ideal. My lilies are 2 feet deep. 2 feet deep. 2 feet deep. Yorkshire koi depends on the lily. Yeah, there are 2 different types. There are deep water.
There's loads of different types, isn't there?
There is, yeah.
There's normally that deep ones that really do grow quite depths, but other ones. I'm getting jobs. Thanks very much, boss, for sending me a job through at 22.59. Could hear that one. Dismiss that. Thanks. Yorkshire koi depends on the lilies. Gaz, have you been to Garforth one? No, I haven't, mate. No. Great video on my channel of the Garforth Pond Shop near Leeds if you're interested. Yorkshire koi. Check him out. Have a look on his channel, guys. Paul's on about pickle lilies. I love that. What a good one. Great advice, guys, about the spawning. Thank you. No, not flukes. We were talking about insects ages ago for FF's sake. I had the 30-minute lag, or what? That could be the 30-minute lag. Yes, wild birds. All wild birds. It's from our. It's from our what? One of the vets from Flukes all told me. Oh yeah, of course he did, mate. Oh God!
Not got a vested interest at all, had he?
Right? You believe everything that people that make these products to sell stuff and kill stuff tell you? I'll give you a statement, right? It says Persil on side of a bus, but you cannot take your washing on there and get it clean. It's from crows. Oh, so crows do it. I call bullshit on that one, Graham.
Yeah, I've not seen any crows in my garden.
Yeah.
Hold up, it's Woody Woodpecker that comes to see you.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
Complete, yeah.
Yeah.
Who's catching the pigeon and catching the scrapes from the rear? Oh, okay, beginnings. I thought it wasn't sunburn as such, but high UV sun rays that cause pigment damage. The master just read it from the book of knowledge. Oh, great one. So take it. Take it as being gospel, mate. The book of knowledge
from the Boy Bible.
Not at all, Graham. Life around the koi pond. So having a super clear pond is a bad thing then when it comes to direct sunlight. It is, mate.
Yeah.
It is, yeah. That's why it's
There
important.
is only one benefit to a super clear pond, and that's our benefit, mate. The fish
Get
do
some,
not
get some
benefit.
lilies in your pond so your fish can hide under them.
Mate,
That's the only reason why I have lilies in my pond.
Yeah.
So they've got natural sunblock. And I'll tell you now, 100% they use them. They can hide
mine
predators away from them, and they definitely sunbathe.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'll guarantee. I mean, if you have a look at
lilies.
if you have a look at Skeggy's pond right now, it's green, and I bet them fish are far happier in that than they are in mine, yours, we're being crystal clear.
Well, they might be far happier. Skeggy, I'm not taking mick when I say this. They might be far happier in the green water conditions, but right now with his bacterial issue, they're not. Until he gets it all under. Let us know.
I think he's got it under control.
Well, no, he said
he's got it under control.
if he's got it under control and that's worked with the. I'd be really interested to know if it's 100% on head, mate. Please let me know about that.
Me too.
Not because I've got it, but I know somebody that might have an issue that might.
I know numerous people that have had it.
Yeah. In fact, yeah, to be truthful, I know a couple of people that might want to benefit from that information, mate. So please hit us up with the results on how it went, and both yourself and Arbin, yeah. Let us know, mate. Be sweet. Right. Well, that's all my topics talked about. I think you've got one last one. Alex, or have you done all yours too?
Yeah, I mean, mine's mainly a gripe, but I don't know if anybody else is suffering with this. And it's not really a gripe as such, but I don't claim to be any sort of professional in this at all. I've only been keeping koi best part of 3 years. But I think what I've learned over the last 3 years has been quite a lot. And I think I've gone from a totally different aspect of when I used to go and buy fish when I'd first opened my pond, because I'd go straight into a shop, wherever it might be, Quenny Koi or whatever, and I'd just go, yeah, that looks nice, I'll take that one. So because I'm learning more about the fish, it's almost like my eyes now, 3 years old, are better than my wallet, if that makes sense. So I almost can't afford. I can't afford the fish that I actually want now. So in a way, I almost take like a backward step, if that makes sense, to suit my budget, which really pisses me off, to be honest.
Yeah.
So I don't know if anybody else is suffering with that.
Have you too got a lemon hariyaki like me?
Say again, sorry.
I'm saying that's like my statement when I said the other day, I've got a lemon harawaki because it's not a harawaki because it's turned into a mess. And that was
All right.
that was the kind of thing, mate. I'd now seen when you go out and you see what fish really should look like and what good quality fish look like, you come back to your pond and you think, oh, damn, I need to replace all them with what they should be looking like. It's like my low at Suri. It's not a high at Suri at all, but it's definitely a low one. But I like the fish. But do I like it? Now I've seen a good one and seen lots of good ones.
So, Gaz, we should all slow down instead of rushing out and buying fish just on a whim, because at the end of the day, them fish could be with you 10, 15, maybe 20 years.
Yeah.
So you need to pick the right ones.
Yeah.
And if it means saving up a bit longer and waiting another few months, so be it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I agree. But yeah, it's kind of Mick. How many times have we looked at fish like that, mate, and gone, God damn it. Oh, I think every night a week on average, especially with Mike as well.
Yeah. I don't think I'd move any koi on that I've got in my pond. Any of the 5 that I've got. It's just that I think once you really get into a hobby like this and you start appreciating it more, shall we say, it's just it's kind of hard to ignore the good stuff.
You can't go back.
Yeah.
When you say moving on, I mean, my dad just likes fish. He ain't bothered about all the patterns and all the rest of it. I'm all looking at it should be textbook. And I'm to a degree, I'm not. But if I'm going to have a few fish, when you start getting slightly better ones, you realise just how bad your other ones, not so much bad, because there's nothing wrong with it.
No, not at all. No.
What they should be textbook, and I get what you mean. It does make you think, do I? To me, I won't move them on as in, I want them to go to a good home. I want somebody to take care of that fish in exactly the same way as I've done and make sure that it has, a good life. Yeah. Or you keep them till such time as, but then a lot of people swap and change every 12 months, but that's each to their own. I suppose your hobby is what you make out of it. And if you get bored quite easily
Stop.
and fall out with your stock. But again, it's not a bad thing because you always get some variety, don't you?
Yeah.
Right. The way I see it, right?
You've got a pond full of showers, didn't you, Mick?
I would love showers. I would wish. Right. We went to the Oaks, right? I'm a realist, right? They had fish for like 3, 4, 5, 6 grand. Yeah. You walk in, you have a quick look. Yeah, they're all right. You know why? Because I'm never going to be able to afford to buy one. So why tease myself and look at the fish that I'm never going to be able to afford? So I don't.
Yeah. And that's the other thing, because when you see the small ones that are already looking perfectly like that, when they get to that fisher size, they just look like a washed out piece of trash because they're never going to feed that fish. They don't want to be developed at that size and perfect in colours and patterns, because most times, 9 times out of 10, they end up becoming a washed out fish that doesn't look the quality or make the grade again.
Well, that was why I did mine the way I did it, Gaz, to be fair, because I decided to go with, like I say, it's a reasonably small pond anyway, but that's why I chose to go with more like established. But I did get a lot of people saying, like, it's so fun to get a small one and watch it grow up and all the rest of it, which it is, which I've done that now. There's one in there and it's great. But yeah, I know what you mean. It's such a gamble, isn't it, when they're that small? And
I mean, that lemon arrowaki that I bought it was perfect. It was stunning. I thought it was anyway. It was what I would have considered a really nice lemon arrowaki. Because I wanted it with big scales on it. I wanted a nice zip on it, and I liked the fish, and now it just looks like. But I still like the fish. But knowing that it's not a true lemon arrowaki and it's messed up in its colours is disappointing. Because
I had a perfect example today. You know that black and yellow Deutsch fish I've got.
It's really inky black on the sides, and it's got like a yellow ridge down at the back.
Yeah.
I think it's a Kiko Kusui. All the black's gone off it. It's just a yellow fish now, and that's happened in a week. Last week it was jet black. This week it's yellow.
Look at this. Look at my Sankey. What I had. I had a beautiful
Thank
Deutsch.
you, nice.
It was a lovely bit of orange on it before the sun come. Now most of the orange is gone.
All of them. But it started on its head, and then it's just gone through its whole body and disappeared. It's weird. It's weird how they can change so much as well. But again,
and so fast.
You can end up with a totally different fish, so you get to enjoy the fish twice if it's still nice when it's changed to its different colour.
Yeah.
I've got the death question.
Oh dear.
Butterfly koi or not? No butterfly koi.
Butterfly koi every time.
Watch this chat now. Watch this. Comments are gonna come in.
That's going to raise some controversy.
Definitely not.
What is that? You saying that, Mick?
Yeah, definitely not.
Oh,
I'm not against them at all. I think that actually some of them look quite nice, but
some of them do look nice. Some of them look a shocking pile of poo.
Yeah, some do. I think they'd probably look better all together.
Yeah, and for me,
So
pure
only
white.
a species pond then, not a
I
mixed
think you're
pond.
right.
But I wouldn't have one. I wouldn't have them personally, but.
I would love a pond just a butterfly koi, and I don't think that they compete very well with normal koi.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I'm going to find. Bear with me one second. I'm going to find an image, and I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you a butterfly koi. You guys turn around and say that this butterfly koi is not beautiful.
It's not.
It
It's
is
an abomination.
I'm gonna do comments again as well because I need to get this. I need to get this one.
I would love to breed some butterfly koi. Really would.
Yeah, me too.
Finding the right quality to start with. If they go buying rubbish and breeding them.
Have a look what I've got in my pond right now.
Oh, you've had it way too long, Mick. It needs to be moved on.
It needs to be moved on.
It's not a butterfly koi.
I know that one's got a bitter butterfly in it, hasn't it? Or it's very slow developing.
It's beautiful. It's a platinum. It's a platinum ogon.
Yeah.
Yorkshire koi says,
I'll have a look tomorrow.
Oil, it's
I'll bring a bucket with me.
Hedgehog drinking from your pond, would that probably cause floats?
Possibly, yeah. And cat.
Koi Beginning says, clove oil looks peaceful to us, Yorkshire koi. Listen, Yorkshire koi, one thing you need to get straight, right? You're putting a chemical liquid into a vat of water, which strips out the oxygen and stuns your fish and knocks it out, and eventually suffocates it to death.
It's like chloroform gas. It's quick and painless.
So is it.
I've tried it.
Right, try this on, for example. When you get home tonight, Yorkshire koi, just say to your missus or whoever, put your hand over my mouth and my face till I can't breathe. And when I tap out and say let go, because I want to see if you think that's peaceful. When you don't realise that that's not peaceful and it ain't a nice way to go.
Gaz, could you trust your wife to let go at the right point?
No, not at all. That's what I mean. That's why I wouldn't ever tempt myself. Suffocation is not peaceful, and that's what they're doing. They're being suffocated. When they're being, it's suffocation to death. When you put it in there to put them out and put them to sleep, you put them to sleep. But when you're doing it afterwards, you're doing it to the point of organ failure and everything shutting down.
Yeah, but surely it's the same as having an anaesthetic going for an operation. You don't feel like you're being suffocated, do you? You just sort of pass out.
Yeah, but have you ever had the other one where you've been gas and air to sleep?
I haven't, to be honest, no.
Well, the after effects when you come round from it ain't that nice. You feel like
but the fish won't have any after effects because it won't come round.
I don't think so.
Little white koi floating around it on a cloud.
If you're a wuss and you're not mad enough to float like that, then that's fine. That's fair enough. I understand everybody's thoughts behind it, whether or not you think quick electric shock or a quick knock on head or a quick...
What?
Yeah.
Electric shock? Where did that come from?
Well, if you go to a trout farm and you want to buy 10 brown trout,
Drop the hairdryer in.
they stick them in a vat. They're sticking them in a vat. They put God's lid on and they electrify them.
Electrodes, yeah, they do, yeah.
It's the same when they're doing netting a pond. They electrify the pond. But the difference is
I've seen them do that. That partially stuns
it's
them.
lower voltage, and it stuns them and brings them to top. But then, if you want to kill them permanently, they just zap them. That's how they do them at koi farms.
Oh.
I've tried indoor half pond moon, which is where I keep the goldfish. 4 minutes is a very long time to someone in some situations. Yeah, I agree. 4 minutes. Yeah. You try holding your breath for 4 minutes. See if you can do it, because I bet you can't. Good evening, all. Should it be good morning?
Yeah, technically, yeah.
And we're not far off. This has been a long. We're going for a record, nearly a 4-hour live. Nobody's going to be tuning in and watching this one again. I will be corrected, mate. I'm just on Google, and flukes are strictly aquatic parasites and cannot survive inside of water. Outside of water.
Oh.
Yes.
Thank you.
Pigeons and all the rest of your stuff. Now shove it up your bum. It's not true. It's got to be true now because Kerry Coy said it. So he's been on this show, so that means it's got to be true.
So where my bloody flukes come from then?
Well. I could say something, but I'm not going to.
I blame frogs and newts.
Yes. Actually, funny you should say that. I found 2 dead frogs in the pond.
There you go. See?
I didn't even see any frogs in the pond in the spring. When I was netting out the blanket weed the other day, I pulled 2 dead frogs out. And I bet that's bloody sauce, yeah.
Well, no. We know where the sauce is from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So far, so good. I've got one I know is going. I'm going to lose, but it's getting better. This is an old problem's coming to roost. So he's not 100%, but yeah, keep us informed, Steve.
Getting there. That's the main thing.
That's brilliant, mate.
I'll buy small. Sometimes the comments are random as shit. And you've no idea. I'll buy small. Yeah, buy small fish, small koi, grow them up. Buy some off Daz. He has plenty. He does.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
He's got some cracking. He's got some cracking little fish.
If you might be interested in, you can get some from these quick details there. Hey, almost like that one was planned as well, wasn't it? Butterflies, yes, please. Come on, Tracy. You'll do for me.
Yeah.
No, well.
Butterfly koi are
Thank you, Vince.
Damn it, Vince.
There's always one, isn't there?
Aquatic banshees, hate them.
What?
Thank you, Graham.
So we got 2 for 2.
Surrounded by.
This one's going to see. I have a butterfly. Sure it is the main pond. Love it. That's 3 to 2. It's a quick snack at the back of the head. You shouldn't have to do that to a butterfly.
No, that's not about butterfly. That's just coin.
Yeah, it should be quick back of the head butterfly.
I'm going to try and find that image of the butterfly coin. If anybody looks at this, even you, Vince, and say that this isn't beautiful, then I don't know what's wrong with it. Well, you guys fill in, obviously. This is the bit where go.
Yes.
Butterfly, never mind fill in. Come on.
Yeah, but I type and look for it. That's where you're supposed to do the.
Oh, right.
You're supposed to come on and do that. Yeah.
Come on, guys. You should have it lined up ready.
Yeah, those. I mean, butterfly aren't even.
I've got nothing against them. I just wouldn't have them personally. That's all.
No, I wouldn't.
I think they're gorgeous.
I mean, I've got, like I say, I've got half of one in there. But
Half
that
of
fish, that does. Wait till you see it tomorrow.
Which half?
No, you'll see it tomorrow, and you think,
Has it grown some more then since I last saw it? The finnage, because you could just see the bit of butterfly in it on its pecs.
It's a lot. The pecs are a lot bigger than a normal koi.
Yeah, they've got bigger pecs.
I
wonder if as it gets older, whether the butterfly, because the whole thing of butterfly koi is the fins have got indeterminate growth, so they will never stop growing like fingernails.
Yeah,
and that's what makes them different. And the older they are, the longer.
So yours may
I
well
don't
get
mind
more butterfly looking as it gets older.
Yeah, I don't mind that, but I just don't like the scraggly bits, the messy bits, if you get what I mean, on them.
That might be it. That might be a gateway, Coy, Nick, into the world of butterflies.
Well, because it will go in.
It can fly away on its own.
Fish don't last long around here. If I don't like them, I get bored of them. I mean, I had this beautiful Deutsch fish called Randy.
I tell you, Randy's
I
looking
didn't like
amazing
it.
at the moment.
I didn't like it.
Yeah.
But I gave it to a certain person for breeding, and now, oh my God, that fish is amazing.
It is. Do you want it back?
What breed is it? What variety is it?
A Deutsch Sankey.
Deutsch Sanke.
Oh, Sanke, yeah.
But I've never seen one like it.
Japanese. It's Japanese.
The colours are like starbursts on it. It's not like patches. It's really, really nice. I mean, and today I looked at it, and the
I forget who it was from.
Absolutely pop on it now. With
Not
the sun.
Shinoda.
Was it Shinoda? Oh God. Yeah.
Is that in your pond then now, Daz? Or
yeah, it is. Yeah, and it looks amazing.
Is that one you're keeping, or are you going to be flogging it?
No, I'm not flogging it. No.
No.
I would never sell any of the fish that Mick's give me.
No.
Like I say, you got a Momotaro Chag.
Yeah.
You've got Monster, which Monsters is just a big.
Oh, mother.
big, like 20-pound plus monster of a what is it? A Makashiogon type fish, isn't it?
Makashiogon, yeah.
Yeah.
And then there's the Kiyotsuri. That's looking really good.
Kiyotsuri. That's nice.
I was just about to ask you, Daz, weirdly, about if you've got any Kiyotsuris for sale.
No.
No.
I've got the one Kiyotsuri. It's a male. But I'm desperate to get something to breed it with. They are beautiful.
They're fucking awful.
No, they are not. You. How could you say that, Nick?
Because it's not a shower. Because it's not a shower.
The white ones look amazing.
Yeah, they're pretty, but I won't have them.
Yeah, not for me.
I mean, all right, not having them in your koi pond with your koi, but you can't say that that's not a beautiful fish.
Oh,
no, they do. They do look good. Yeah,
they are beautiful fish, but I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
Even the barbels on them, they grow super long, don't they? Like on
a Fu Manchu. Yeah, like a Fu Manchu, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, if I could get some that look like that, I'll buy them in an instant.
Yeah.
But you
but
tend
I would have liked to see them.
You never seem to get high quality ones.
Right.
I love some people's comments, man, they're brilliant.
So are they, will mine turn into something like that?
No, because yours is not a true one.
No.
No, but I know it's not, but if it were
they're small, Nick. They're small and the finish is like that.
Well, might turn into a beautiful Japanese dragon koi.
No. I'm saying, will it have finish like that at the end?
It might do, but how old is that fish?
That one?
That fish is about a year old.
Is that all?
Year and a half old.
Yeah, it might have a bit more growth in it then.
Nothing against butterflies, koi, but wouldn't have one personally. So that's 4-2.
God damn it.
What about temp changes and nitrate?
Hey, well, what about temp
changes and nitrate? Vincent,
yourself, Jeff.
Combinations, I tell you. We'll go back to temps.
No, you can't count that on twice. He's always had his say.
Skeggy says best place for butterfly koi, sushi. No, not sushi. Twisted and Skeggy. I agree, Trace. 100%. I would have one of them with all of my. I would replace several of my fish with any of them in my pond.
Me too.
100%. Vince says never. Now this one, this is the one that this one was funny. Looks like floating bog roll.
I could watch those for hours though.
could make me a lovely handbag out of butterflies, going me.
Yeah, very good.
Absolutely fucking
They are
awful.
awful, Vince. they are, Vince. Absolutely awful.
I think it's probably going down the route of the general consensus is against butterfly fish, I would have thought now.
So if I ever bred any, I'd have to keep them under lock and key so no one poisoned them.
You know when we get a new guest on every time, that has got to be towards the end question.
Yeah.
Butterfly or not butterfly? That's got to be a.
So you say I can't even persuade you of a nice looking butterfly. Granted, I get what you're saying about the butterflies and the finnage. Looks like it's all messed up and mushed up and extremely long. And
that didn't. They didn't. They look.
They look good, to be fair.
Do you not think they might have been trimmed? Because they look a bit trimmed up. They look a bit too.
But to be fair, it just comes back to quality, doesn't it? I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, for one of them, you're probably talking $5,000.
100%. I'd go with that. It's obviously the quality. If you buy a naff one like the one that I've got in my pond, it don't look all that good. But hopefully, as it gets a bit bigger and its finnage gets a bit longer and it gets to grace the pond, whizzing around, looking like that kind of thing. I know everybody hates. That's only more reason why I'm going to keep it. Now.
I have seen some good quality ones. There's a guy, I think he was in Liverpool. This is about a year ago, selling them, and they were decent size. They were sort of 30 cm, and they were beautiful. He put about 6 online, and that was on eBay. But they're the nicest ones I've ever seen. I
dare to tell Shaq O'Neal that his koi in his pond are horrible, mate. You tell him. You go tell him. And he's squashing to ground because he loves his butterfly koi.
He does.
I would. And then I'll get on my Zimmer frame quick because the fat won't be able to run and catch me.
Basketball quick enough, mate. I'm sure he'd catch you on your Zimmer frame.
Yeah, but that's when he could breathe. You've seen the size of him now, bless him.
Massive, isn't it? Huge bloke.
Big unit, lovely bloke.
Yeah.
Right then, chaps. Any more topics? Jeff did put, what about temp changes and nitrates? Temp changes. And I think he's talking about when your temps go up, your nitrates. No, actually, it's when your temps drop on a night, your nitrates go up on an evening. Apparently, a lot of people are having a lot of trouble with nitrates at present. And they're struggling to get the
plants in the pond.
Yes, 100% does. There's a lot of people that we know that are having trouble with nitrites and nitrates in the pond. Don't have any sterile ponds. In a sterile pond, that's another major problem. A bit of something natural to take away the nitrates as it goes through the cycle.
Yeah, bog filter pond plants.
But one thing that is happening, a lot of people are doing tests and finding that they've got higher levels. And when they're testing because the temperatures are going up like 5, 26, 27 degrees through the day. And then on a night time, they're dropping back down to about 9 and 10 degrees, which is a massive drop from, pushing 30s to pushing 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm closing windows, it's cold.
Get over, man. It's freaking boiling in here. Wife's coming in apparently to close the windows. When
put the heater on.
Yeah, force winds, it's boiling in here, man. I'm actually sat here with a sweat on.
Shut up.
The wife, everybody, just tell me to shut up. Live. But yeah, I mean,
does the amount of oxygen going into your pond have any effect on the nitrate at all?
Well, this is the thing. Something that I need to do a bit more. I would like to do a bit more research. Is anybody out there that's got any more info that could shed a little bit more on it? I know Jeff's been told that as the temps are dropping on a night, the nitrate levels are rising. So when it gets up and again in the morning, the temperatures rise up again, then your filter systems are struggling to deal with the...
Could that be that the plants...
The nitrate.
When you think about it, your plants are only photosynthesize during daylight hours, don't they? So they're not going to be extracting any nitrates in the night. from your water. So could that cause your nitrates to go up? I mean, it's probably only going to be a slight difference, but could have an effect. Because a plant can't pull nitrates if it's not photosynthesizing. It's like switching the engine off, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sorry. My poor eyes. First seen GW name, and now those abominations. Heavens. Spooky, give me nightmares. Now they look fantastic. There you go.
Yeah.
I have two butterflies in my pond.
Good
Sorry,
lad.
Vince. Cops has got you on that one. LOL. This should be renamed Freaky Fish Lovers Live. No, Tracy. It's okay, Daz and Tracy. Cope more for us. Gaffer's shop sells them. I think most places do, mate. To be fair, there's a lot of them. I'd tell him, nitrate. Hello, Gaz's wife. Hello, Marie from Tracy. Off to bed. It's been a great stream, guys. Thanks again. I'll send you my latest video, Daz and Gaz. Yeah, I still need to share the last one with them, mate, and let them have a look at that. But talking about going to bed, seeing as though my wife did just come in and say go to bed, but it is pushing up to 31 minutes past 11. That was quite some. That's 4 hours and 1 minute and 7 seconds, guys. That's a long live stream. I think we should bring it to an end, but I don't really want to do that till such time as I see Mick come back, and if not, we could just all log off right quick, and Mick could be sat here on his own. Time is out. See you in a bit. But yeah, we're gonna get bringing it up closer to logging off, guys, and calling it a do. Anybody else got anything else they want to bring up just before we go?
Well, I just want to say I can't actually see my notifications on my phone because I'm using it now. But if anybody has subscribed to my channel, then I do appreciate it. So thank you very much. It's been
a quick look for you, mate. Quick refresh on your channel, on your page. 279 subscribers. I'm not 100% sure what you had before, but I think that is a fair few. And he's back just in time for.
Sorry about that.
Did you have to go? Did you have some man bags that you needed to be inspected?
Arranged.
Yeah. I had to put them away, you see. Got it.
Did you think you were going to get to do some show and tells?
Yeah, just go and tell the staff. Just what's it called now?
You'll have to bring some on next time.
Right then. Usual thing, guys. If you could do us a huge, great big favour, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, get them to come on, join in with us, come in, leave some comments. For myself, Gaz at Gaz's Koi Pond, Mick, damn it.
Thank you very much.
Gaz, and Alex, there we go. Somewhere. There. Alex. From Alex Coy, or AB Coy, Alex Bishop. Thanks very much for tuning in, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you on with us again. You can hang about. I've got to get this one out. This is off to bed. Okay, life summer over. Night, guys. After the bus stop with my laundry. Keggy says you can tell her wears the trousers in Gaz's house. Yeah, 100%, mate, and I don't mind admitting it. Great live. Thanks very much. Yeah, I've subbed in. So there you go, mate. There's another one. But yeah, usual thing, guys. Thanks very much for watching. Thanks very much for everybody for coming on. Thank you, Alex, for joining us.
Thank you, Alex, mate.
Yeah,
no problem. Thanks very much.
Brett and Amanda for also coming on.
Yeah.
Catch you all on the next one. Take it easy, all. Just remember, guys, keep smiling. See you all soon.
Cheers, everyone.
Yeah. Cheers, everyone.
Bye.